Doja. This part, you ain't gotta say a word. Just walk that, let's get burned. Then we'll roll up 100 fucking nuts. All up in my mouth, now I'm all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian. He waving and I'm drunk. I got dank shit in my cup. You know what I'ma do to you? I could give reviews to you. Blow, we X, and we sipping on that juice. That's just what she choose to do.
Where do I begin? Start over again.
Hey, Century.
There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. When I feel that I don't belong, draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Look deeper inside you, baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together because everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Time for share again. Makes me wanna dance. See you loud and proud. All my love's for you. Always been a true angel to me. Now above, I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes hear whispering on my pain. No worries, will you ever see my baby? I'm so happy for my baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again. 'Cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I'm better. Can't even pretend like I don't want it again. On the brain all the time. Thinking about the things that we did. You did something. Shit like this don't happen too often. It's the way you put it down. I don't want no one else around. Got me taking a step on the outside. Cutting all ties with them other guys. Where you look in my eyes. Loving me nice and slow. You made me wanna go. Caught it up just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You made me wanna go. Caught it up just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You let me with my baby. I get by my knees so young. I'm a skinny stain on it. This ain't what I really used to.
Anything happens between us, be sure you turn those down before I put out the car. The only thing that's coming beside me at the situation is you waiting to get some more. I told you I'ma take your place. I seen it in your face, and I knew that you would say it. So how you wanna play it?
It's at 5 in the morning. I wake up to fight for my yearnings. Fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind. My mind, it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. Right, yeah. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mind now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mind now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me a love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind, it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need my dog. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah, yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me that the bossed up and not chance again. It's my big bronze boogie got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. Some dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the Lil Jon, okay. Oh yeah, we dripping up in this game.
Ooh, don't we look good together? There's a reason why they watch all night.
Good morning. Well, I'm sorry. Afternoon. Yeah, it's after 12. Hey y'all, how y'all doing? Happy Thursday, everybody. What's good? What's good in the neighborhood? Hey Renee. Hey Miss B. What's going on, Melissa? Who else we got in the building? Hey Natasha. That's the farthest I can go. It won't let me go up. Oh, I see Honey Locks. Hey Honey Locks. Oh, thank you, Honey Locks, for the super chat. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate the support. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, Miss B girl, how you feeling today? Yeah, come on in here, double tap the screen. Like the live screen, we're gonna get started because we are late. Not I've been late because I was over there in Trey's live. I wasn't on the piano, but I was listening. Very, very interesting live. I really didn't want to leave it, but I had to come to work. Thank you, Honey Logs. Thank you so much. I had to come to work, honey, so I had to, I'll catch the rest of it later on, honey. Thank you, Miss B, my sister for life, and Eels. I gotta get me some drops for this channel, cause those drops I have, they for the ratchet side of me. I gotta I gotta get me some drops for this channel. I do. I'm gonna have to. That's gonna be on my to-do list. I'm gonna have to give me some drops for when y'all support this channel. Thank you so much, Honey Locks and Miss B, for supporting my channel. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do want to say this before I get into the content. I spoke with Candy Corn this morning. As I said, truth, my husband, I was talking about the case yesterday. I'm gonna put that up. Let me see. And he seems to think the son did, and his dad took a. You know what, Natasha? Damn it! He said there's no way that old man could catch that boy running. Listen, Natasha, I had that thought. Shout out to brother-in-law. I had that thought, but guess what? I didn't want to put it out there. I didn't want to say it out loud. I did not want to say it out loud. But that thought crossed my mind. It did. Truth, I'm good. Balloon release tomorrow in Texas. I can't go cast off tomorrow. What balloon release? I thought you was getting your cast off. What's today? I thought you was getting your cast off Saturday. Baby. Oh, excuse me. I don't know why I'm yawning. I done had coffee and everything. I ain't tired. I ain't sleeping. But yeah, Candy Corn. Well, how long, Natasha? Let me say this before I forget, because I'll forget, girl. I get sidetracked. So I actually spoke to Candy Corn this morning. She's still in the hospital. She was not released. Yeah, it's the. Oh, you had me. That's okay, girl. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I try to remember stuff like that, Miss B. I remember you telling me Saturday. So Candy Corn is still in the hospital. She was not released. In fact, she probably won't be released. I'm not sure how long she's gonna be there, but she's still at the hospital, and she's having to get a round of antibiotics. That's all I'm gonna say. She's having to get a round of antibiotics, so she's not discharged. She's not at home. She's still at the hospital, and she still need prayers for strength and healing. Okay, so I need y'all to continue to pray for Candy Corn. Yeah, that's about all I'm gonna say on that, because I don't want to go into any details really unless she's okay with it. She might come in the chat because she should be resting or chilling, but she damn sure should be still at the hospital because she's so damn wayward. She actually tried to leave, and which kind of scared me a little bit because I didn't want her to leave. And so she did text me and say she's staying and she's gonna do what she gotta do to get better. So if I hear an update from her between now and when we go live on the other channel, I'll let y'all know what's up. But for right now, she's still in the hospital. So y'all please continue to pray for her and her strength, and pray for her mental, because she's having an issue with being away from her kids. Candy Corn, she just, them babies are everything to her, and she's just like us. Like, she want to go home and be with her kids, but You know, she got to get better first. She got to get better first, but um, she gonna be just fine because we gonna pray for her, and the Lord always answer prayers, and she's gonna be good, and she's gonna be able to go home and see her babies after getting better. hmm So y'all continue to pray for her. I was asleep when she called me, but I was glad she did. I was glad she did call me. You know, cause I have issues with calling people. Y'all, I told y'all I don't call people. I don't, and that's weird because I think about people all the time, but I would not pick the phone up and call. I feel like I be interrupting people and things of that nature. I don't know what it is about me. I don't like to interrupt people. I don't call people a whole lot, y'all. I worry the hell out of my daughters. I call them all day long. My daughters, yeah, I worry them. I don't even call my mama like that, like I supposed to, and she be wanting to hear from me every day. If a day go by, she ain't gonna let a day go by. But if a half a day go by and she ain't heard from me, she gonna call me and be like, what's up? What's up? What's up with you?" Because my mama feel like, as the child or as the children, we supposed to be calling her to check up on her. She shouldn't have to call us. We supposed to be calling her. Renee, I'll call you, girl. I'll be actually having, to be honest, especially when I don't see you, Renee, and there's other people when I don't see. I be having to do lists, right, y'all. I write to do lists I try to every night before I go to bed or before I lay down to do the next day, like before I get into my live streams and stuff. And calling people is on that to do list. And for some reason, I don't never get to it. I get to it sometimes. I get to it sometimes. But a lot of times I don't. And I need to do better with that. I do need to do better with that. Phone calls, text messages, and emails. Us simples reaching out. Yeah, I got a lot, Melissa. I have all that. I have all that, but that's okay. And they people harassing me, she good. Oh, okay. Thank you for that, Renee P. Sweetheart. Thank you so much for that for Candy. And you too, Miss Lynn. Thank y'all. I appreciate that. Yeah, y'all pray for her. I really felt bad for her today. Not only because she's sick or not feeling well. She's up in that hospital, and that's the last place she want to be. Because she really want to be home with her kids. And I get it. I truly get it. But I also wanted her to stay at that hospital so she can get better for her kids. You know what I mean? So I'm glad she stayed. She's gonna call me later or text me later and give me an update, and hopefully I'll be able to get that to y'all when we come back live later on. So for right now, we're gonna get into this now. This case got me in a chokehold. I did the whole Carmelo Anthony case going on, and I'm supposed to be into that, which I am. I'm saving content, but actually I think actual testimony don't start until the day. And the fact that the judge is not allowing cameras in the courtroom. So basically it's gonna be like court TV and all of them. They're gonna have people in the courtroom and they're gonna be coming out, letting us know what's going on in the courtroom. So I'm saving all that to get into once we finish with this. But being as though it's not, like cameras are not actually allowed like in the courtroom, it's gonna be a little different. But we're still gonna keep up with what's going on. I know the one thing that was done, I guess on yesterday, a jury was picked, and for some odd reason, which is not really odd, it's just the way this world works. The jury is all white. This is a young black male. Actually, to me, honestly, still a child. He is a child. He's a child. He's black. He's a male. He's young. And this is all white jury. And Trey's supposed to be doing some investigating for me to kind of figure out, like the age of these people. Like, it's just a whole lot going on with that case. And once we get into it, we're gonna be into it deep. So yeah, hopefully I'll get through the rest of what I want to get through today. If I don't, I'll definitely, without a doubt, conclude on tomorrow. And then Saturday, I am going to bring all the week's events from the Carmelo case. So we're going to get caught up on the Carmelo case either tomorrow or Saturday. Right, Honey Locks. Now, what Natasha said about the daddy and the son, it makes sense. I just didn't want to say it out loud, y'all. And let me tell you why it makes sense. Because allegedly the son was chasing Cyrus. And y'all send up prayers for Love in London, her boyfriend, his family, Cyrus's mom. You know, all parties involved in this case, right? So my husband, that makes sense. And he, right, that man could. Yeah, they were running, right? Allegedly. Allegedly, they were running. And the son, it makes sense, Natasha. It makes so much sense that young man did that instead of that dad. And I think about the demeanor of the young man on the stand. You feel me? I think about that too. Because y'all know I'm all with that body language type thing, right? A lot of people don't like that about me. A lot of people don't like that I can read body language and I can also read lips. I can't. I was taught all that in the class I took in college. It's weird. I never thought I would have to use it, you know. But it's something I had to take as part. I think it was. I want to say it was part of my psychology class, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, y'all, I was in college in 1993. I graduated high school in 93 in May, and I started college in 93, August of 93. That's a long time ago, y'all. That's a long time ago. Once I heard that Honey Locks, none of us are on the jury. So, yeah, Melissa, the jurors are allegedly all white. Body language does speak louder than words, Honey Locks. You're absolutely right. Yep. Yep. So, and that's another paying attention to body language in a person's demeanor. And people don't know that people tell a lot with their eyes too as well. You have to pay attention to people's eyes. That's why when I'm talking to somebody, that's probably why I'm an eye person. Most people, when they first meet somebody like a man or something, or a man approach them, whatever, the first thing they look at is like the teeth and this and the third. Don't get twisted. I look at all that too. But I look in the person's eyes first. A person's eyes is what attracts me to them. A person's eyes is what I look at first for some reason. I've been like that for everybody that I've ever dated or fucked with or married. It always started with their eyes, and then I proceeded to go to the other things that I'm attracted to. But the eyes are always the first thing. It's the eyes, and you have to pay attention to a person's eyes as well as the body language and things of that nature. You know. But I got some more clips, y'all. We're going to listen to some more testimony. And I know people like, well, truth, you know, this case is over with. Why are we talking about this? Because I need some understanding. And like I told y'all, this was not my case that I actually covered on my channel. I was streaming it because Trey was covering it. And so I was in and out. I was multitasking. And I wasn't as focused on it as I would be if I was streaming it myself. You get me? You feel me? And so with the verdict turning out the way it did, I'm confused. I'm curious. I'm upset. I'm angry. I feel like this is an injustice. Like this is not right. And it got me in a chokehold. It really has me in a chokehold. Honey, like I said, folks will say they're not upset, but their body language lies on them. And you know the eyes are windows to the soul. Absolutely, Honey Locks. Yup. When they say I don't trust no one that can't look me in my eye. And you better not, boo. You bet not. You bet not. We're still seeking closure because that verdict. Man, that verdict. But you know what? We're going to talk about it because the family going to get some type of justice. I do believe because they're pursuing a civil lawsuit, and I do believe they'll win that civil lawsuit hands down. And it's not going to bring Cyrus back. It's not going to bring. Let me tell you something, y'all. And y'all got to know this. And I know y'all feel this way about any family member that you may have lost. But when you lose a child, money don't matter. When you lose a child at the hands of somebody that took their life too soon, don't nothing ease that pain. Not money, not time. They say time. No, not money, not time, not nothing. You know what I'm saying? You feel like you getting some type of justice with the money part or the person going to jail and this and the third. But that shit, let me tell you something. At the end of the day, when all that shit is over and your baby's still not here, that shit don't mean nothing. I thought I was gonna feel some type of way when I sat in that courtroom and I heard that judge throw the book at the dude that killed my son. I thought that was gonna bring me some type of relief, y'all. Like it was gonna bring me some type of closure. It did give me a little bit that I didn't have before it happened, right? It gave me a little bit because dude stood in court, and it's part of the and part of the plea deal because he pled out, and part of it was he had to tell what happened. And before he stood in that courtroom and actually told what happened, he lied the whole entire time about what happened. He lied to his lawyers. He lied to his family. He lied about what happened. Okay. And he had to stand in that courtroom and he had to tell the judge, which I don't know. I know new people don't know. The old people know because I've talked about it before. Everything was on videotape, even though pretty much everything was caught on videotape. He still tried to lie. And he continued with that lie. And he tried to justify what he did. And he lied on my son. But standing in that courtroom pleading, he had to tell the truth. And he finally told the truth. He finally told the truth. And he got what he got. And his ass will probably die in jail. But that still don't bring my son back. You know what I'm saying? I left that courtroom thinking, okay, now I can sleep. Now I can breathe. Now I can, it don't matter, y'all. It don't really, I don't know about other people. I'm just talking for myself. I still can't sleep. I still don't eat properly. I just still want my son back. So, you can get justice whether the person goes to jail. You can get justice by winning a civil lawsuit. All the money in the world ain't going to bring your child back. And let me tell you something. The money don't matter at the end of the day. It don't. It don't matter at the end of the day. No amount of money. None. It don't matter. But anywho, y'all pray for the family, okay? Pray for his mom, his dad, all his family members, our sister Love in London. Hell, even pray for the child family because they ain't gonna never be the same. And if that boy did that, he definitely ain't gonna never be the same. And I do believe, just based off his demeanor in that courtroom, and Natasha, I promise you, I tell you, no lie, sis, that crossed my mind the other day, but I would not say it out loud. because I didn't want to put that narrative out. I didn't want to say it because I just didn't want to add more to what was already going on. I didn't want to put that out because you know how I am about, false theories and people just saying any and everything when it comes to these cases. But that crossed my mind. Lisa said, a friend of mine just lost her one and only child. I pray for your friend, girl. You be there for your friend, Malika. Even when she don't want you there. You be there for your friend, girl. But yeah. But this case got me in a chokehold. And, like I said, the people that's been following me on this channel know that when it comes to young black males, in any case that I cover, when it comes to children especially, it gets me. It really gets a hold of me. And it's something about young black males. Y'all know that's a trigger for me. It's a trigger for me. I tell you the truth, I didn't think about that. But it makes sense when he said it. I just don't know how he wasn't found guilty. Yeah, I know the time. Oh, thank you, B. Stay strong, too. Oh, I am, B. I am. I got y'all. I got my family. I got y'all. I will stay strong, girl. I promise. I don't know any other way. Thank you for that, Renee P. Thank you, Miss B, for the support. I appreciate it, sweetheart. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get into some more. I got a playlist in this guide. I updated the playlist today. We're gonna listen to some more testimony. Because like I say, even though the case is over, I wanna listen for myself to see how they made this decision that they made, right? So I got some more testimony. Also, I got some clips. They've been memorializing Cyrus. They've been having memorials. There's a couple of press conferences that took place that I want to get into. And I know, I'm going to be honest, I know we're probably not going to get through everything today, but I'm determined to get through everything that I have today. So we'll probably be talking about this again tomorrow, y'all, to be honest, because I'm starting so late. I'm going to try to start real early tomorrow, because if I don't finish today, I do want to finish tomorrow so we're going to do a catch-up. We're going to play catch-up on the Carmelo Anthony case on Saturday. And I want to be caught up for when everything starts back up on Monday. We'll be caught up, okay? So we're going to get into this playlist. The first set of clips I'm going to play is testimony, right? Testimony. And the first set of testimony is from experts. Remember I said I wanted to listen to what they say about the gun and the bullet, how the bullet traveled and all that. So these first set of clips is talking about it's testimony from different people, from a cop, and then we got a clip from an expert, and then we got the clips of the witnesses testifying. Okay. So let's get into it. This first one is, let's see. Expert breaks down jury photos of teen allegedly shot. So this clip is gonna be talking about the injury, the shot to the back. Okay, y'all make sure y'all. Ooh, what is that? Y'all make sure y'all continue to double tap the screen, like the live. Feel free to support on this channel. I am monetized, so I have super chat, super stickers. You can also hit the Cash App. The link is pinned at the bottom, or you can hit the PayPal. And shout out to y'all for supporting this live. I appreciate it. All right, let's get into it. If y'all got any questions, put them in the chat. I try my best to answer, and I'm watching this just as intently as y'all watching. So yeah, if y'all got any questions, put them in the chat.
Do you swear or affirm that this racial this case for the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, Chelsea. With this case, can you hold in for the record? Please spell your last name.
My name is Investigator Michael Dooley Jr. with the Richland County Sheriff's Department. Last name spelled Dooley.
May I please report?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm good. So you told us that you work with Richland County Sheriff's Department. Can you tell the jury what you do there?
I am a crime scene investigator and a DNA serologist in training.
Those are some pretty fancy words. Could you break that down into layman's terms?
Absolutely. So my job duties include responding to crime scenes and processing and collecting and documenting evidence. And I also am a evidence processor and screener for the DNA section.
How long have you been doing that job?
Approximately 3.5 years.
Did you do anything before then?
I was a patrol deputy on the road.
Did you have to do any specific training for this particular role?
The crime scene investigation role has a very extensive training program that involves a lot of book work. There are practical examinations to test and see whether or not you're competent in those areas that you were trained in, to include various different things that you may encounter on crime scenes, like photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction. There's also written examinations and then a mock trial at the conclusion of that training program.
So it's fairly extensive.
Very.
Okay. So as far as your role in this case, could you tell the jury what you did?
So in this case, I responded to the autopsy for Mr. Cyrus Carmack Belton in order to photograph and collect and document any evidence that may have been necessary to receive for the case.
Is that fairly standard in these kind of cases?
It is.
And I'm showing defense within our clarification state 7481.
What they talking about over there?
I'm approaching the witness with working mark for identification purposes. State exhibit 74, 75, 77, and 78. Without showing them to the jury, you look through those and let me know if you recognize what those are.
I know that's right. That's what it feel like, Miss B.
Yes, these are photographs that I took of evidence or at the actual autopsy.
That you specifically took, right?
That's correct.
Do they look materially different from the photos that you took that day, or they changed at all?
They are not.
And at this time, the state offered into evidence states 78, 77, 76, 74, and 75.
No objection. Part of the United States 74, 75, 76, 77, 78.
Commission public now. All right, Mr. Dooley. Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Hi, Mr. Dewey, could you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
This would be a photograph of the projectile that was collected at autopsy.
And it was, you got it from, where'd you get it from? Who'd you get it from?
I received it via a chain of custody form from the coroner's office.
Did we show 76, 75, sorry, 75, yes. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be a shoe that was collected from the autopsy that was said to have belonged to the victim.
And, yeah. And is that the same item, just a different name?
That's correct.
And could you show 70, 78? Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
If I may refer to my notes so I make sure I said it correctly. That would be an injury that I photographed to the right shin.
the right chain of the victim in the case?
That's correct.
Can we get that image? Did you tell us what this is?
That is just another angle of that same injury to the right shin of the victim.
Court's indulgence. While you were at the coroner's office, did you notice anything on the victim's body? Did you notice anything on him at all, as far as on his? Did you notice anything?
Do you mean like clothing items, injuries?
When you got there, was he clothed or was he unclothed?
The victim was nude at the autopsy.
What, if anything, did you notice on his back?
I noticed an injury to the victim's back.
Was it something that you took a photo of?
It was.
Did you recognize that photo if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, states approaching the witness with mark by the states 80 and 81.
I sped it up, y'all. If it's too fast, and because I'm used to listening to things on double speed, but if it's too fast and you can't understand what's being said, let me know and I'll slow it down a little bit. All right.
Stop showing this to the jury. Do you recognize what I just showed you?
I do.
Are those photos that you took?
They are.
Are they materially different from the photos? Do they look changed in any way?
They do not look changed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Exhibit 81 and states 81 and 80 in evidence.
Well, Your Honor, our objection is that there's not going to be a question about what it is. You want to introduce the photograph, but this is a medical question for the pathologist. And so I don't think this witness is competent to characterize what it is. So I have an objection. I don't object to the admissibility of the picture per se if he took it. I do object to any further testimony. Yeah, and Your Honor, I simply, so I don't have to get up again.
At states 80 and 81.
Thank you.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yep.
Was this what you saw on the victim's back?
It is.
Was it what you took a photo of?
It is.
And is that the same thing that you noticed in the victim's back? Just different photo?
Yeah, it's just a closer photo.
Court's indulgence. When you were there, did you observe any diagrams for the victim?
The pathologist produced a diagram of the victim's injuries for me.
No. Did you observe any scans of the victim?
There was an X-ray performed on the victim.
Would you recognize a photo of that if I showed you?
I would.
Your Honor, state's version of witness report to the marketplace, the state's exhibit 79.
Your Honor, I have a slightly different objection, but the same objection. This is a photograph he didn't take, it's a photograph he saw. It doesn't, can't.
Oh, yes, that's right there.
Okay. I'll remain seated.
Do you recognize that image?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a photograph of the X-ray that I took.
It's a photo that you took.
That's correct.
My objection is, he didn't take it, he saw it at the autopsy. That's for the
You
pathologist.
said he took a photo of.
He did take a photo, but he didn't know what he was taking a photo of. That's my point.
He thought. Didn't take the photo. Overruled.
So it's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
Does what happened to you? Does it look substantially similar to the photo you took that day?
That is correct.
Okay. And at this time, the state would offer state 79 evidence.
All right. It'll be admitted as state 79 subject to whatever that objection was.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing right here?
That is the photograph I took of the X-ray.
And lastly, Your Honor, the unperfect witness report on marked identification purposes states exhibit 9. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This would be the package I submitted to evidence containing the projectile collected from autopsy.
Was it something that was it you collected it from the point?
Yes.
Where's it? Where did you take it after you collected it from the coroner's office?
It was immediately transported to our headquarters.
Did you do anything with it between the coroner's office and your headquarters?
I did not.
You just took it from coroner's to Richmond County?
That is correct.
At this time, the state would offer State's Exhibit 9 evidence only for identification purposes and speak back on.
No objection. Introduce case 9 without objection.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer anything from the defense.
Mr. Dooley, you go to the, I'm not clear on this, I did go to the hearing, having trouble hearing you from my age, I guess. Did you go to the scene of this incident?
I did not.
But you did go to the pathologist's office where the autopsy was held?
That is correct.
So your job was, as you said, just take some photographs, collect some evidential evidence, all right?
That's correct.
And among those items, you collected the things you testified to, and you took photographs that we don't have them, you have, so, of the backpack.
If I'm referencing.
How are you? How you doing, sweetie?
I did not have a backpack.
Sorry?
I did not collect a backpack or photograph one.
Did you collect all of his clothing items?
All that were present at autopsy.
Did they include a hoodie sweatshirt,
They did.
red,
Yes.
picture on the front?
Yes.
And did that have a pocket on the front, big pocket?
It did.
Hands or whatever?
It did.
Did you find anything in there?
Inside the hoodie pocket?
Yeah.
I did not.
Any money? Nothing?
I did not.
You have a pair of pants, shorts, pants, long pants?
He was wearing or had black pants and blue and black shorts.
These long pants and shorts?
He had both.
Had both on. You find any money or other wallet, credit cards in that item?
I did not.
And the shoes, did you collect both shoes or one shoe?
I collected one shoe.
You have exhibit 75, which says it. That's one, that's the side view of the shoe, yes?
Yes,
And you've got 76, which is the top view of the shoe.
that would be correct.
The top shoe is laced, but would you agree that that's loosely tied?
It appears tied to me. I can't tell whether or not it would be tightly tied or not.
You don't know the difference between loose and tight? Okay. You didn't find any money, wallet, credit cards, or any items, anything in the shoes?
No, sir.
So of all you collected at the autopsy in his personal belongings? No cash money,
None that I observed.
no credit cards,
No, sir.
no wallet,
No, sir.
no ID?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Anything over there?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you step down. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so that's the end of that clip. Let's see what's next, y'all. That wasn't much. I don't know. I don't know what the hell. Well,
Of course, Your Honor.
let's see. So, okay, so that first clip was him breaking down photos. So apparently, this next clip is supposed to be him detailing the bullet. So let's listen.
Mr. Dewey, could you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
This would be a photograph of the projectile that was collected at autopsy.
And it was, you got it from, where'd you get it from? Who did you get it from?
I received it via a chain of custody form from the coroner's office.
Could we show 76, 75, sorry, 75. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be a shoe that was collected from the autopsy that was said to have belonged to the victim.
And, yeah. And is that the same item, just put it in here?
That's correct.
And we show 77. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
If I may refer to my notes so I make sure I think correctly. That would be an injury that I photographed to the right shin.
The right shin of the victim in the case?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what this is?
That is just another angle of that same injury to the right shin of the victim.
What's the organs? While you were at the coroner's office, did you notice anything on the victim's body? Did you notice anything on him at all, as far as on his? Did you notice anything?
Do you mean like clothing items, injuries?
When you got there, was he clothed or was he unclothed?
The victim was nude at the autopsy.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the same. That's the same clip. No. Let's skip that one. Okay, so we're gonna listen to the pathologist. Oh, this the one. This is what they talk about the trajectory of the bullet. All right, let's listen to this one, y'all. That's the one I was wanting to hear. Let's see.
Amy Durso, D-U-R-S-O.
Durso, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed by the Medical University of South Carolina as a forensic pathologist.
What is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathologists are medical doctors. We go through medical school and we go through pathology training, but we're specifically trained to do autopsies, so to look at bodies after death, to determine the cause and manner of death, and also we're educated about patterns of injuries and different mechanisms of death.
Okay. You perform autopsies on people who passed away to determine cause and manner of death, is what you testified to?
Yes.
Approximately how many autopsies have you done?
I'm up over 4,000.
And you are a medical doctor?
Yes, I have a medical degree.
And how many times do you think you've been qualified as an expert?
All right, I'll find the expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving factual questions. Dr. Durso is qualified in the area of forensic pathology. The methodology and testimony of reliable ladies and gentlemen, the same applies to what I told you earlier. Dr. Durso has been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology. We can accept her testimony and opinion and give whatever way you deem necessary during the deliberation. Mr. Scott.
Dr. Durso, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on Cyrus Carmack Belton on May 29th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start with a couple of questions. What do your notes show that Mr. Belton, what was his weight?
Mr. Belton weighed 114 pounds.
Okay. And it looks like he was about 5'6", does that sound right?
I have him as 5'8", but
68 inches in your...
yeah.
Okay. 5'8", 114 pounds.
Yes.
And his listed age?
He's 14 years old.
Okay. Initially, when you examine that body, what was the first thing you do?
So the coroner's office identifies the body, brings it out, and then we look at the outside of the body and we notate everything: eye color, hair color, scars, tattoos, any injuries, height, weight, postmortem changes. And after we complete that, we start opening the body and looking at all the internal organs.
Okay. Initially, what were your
you know what it be? I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna talk about that in this particular. I haven't heard anything about the fingerprints, right? But you know what? To think about it, I would think they would have done a fingerprint analysis on the gun to see who prints was on them. But you know why that really doesn't matter, Miss B? Because if they standing there contemplating and the daddy say after the son done shot the son done shot this young man, and the daddy say, because see, Trey don't understand. He didn't understand what I was saying when I said, Trey, it don't take long after this young man was shot for that man and that boy to stand there and talk about what the fuck they was gonna say. And it doesn't take long for that daddy to take that gun from that son, wipe it clean, and put it and hold it in his hand and put his fingerprints on that gun. Like, you could call it, I don't watch too much court TV, or I don't watch too many crime scene investigations, or I don't watch too many movies or shows because I'm infatuated with crime and justice. Maybe, but I just know that it doesn't take long for someone to stand there and come up with this whole story. It doesn't take long at all. So it's possible. Even if they did, test the gun for fingerprints to see who fingerprints was on. That man could have wiped that gun clean, put his hands on that gun, put his prints on that gun, and bam, there you go. Yeah, I wonder too, honey. Like, see, you watch shit like I watch. See, you be watching stuff like I do. The gunshot residue test on the father and the son. You know, I don't know. But that's a good question.
Before you began dissection.
The most notable finding was a gunshot wound entering his right back.
Okay. What about other superficial wounds?
There was a partially healed injury on his right hand, and there were some abrasions on his right lower leg.
I want to show you states 77.
Me too, honey.
Is that accurately reflecting on abrasions on site?
Yes.
Okay. And did these appear to be recent wounds?
Yes.
Okay. The location of the wound on his back, say that one more time.
It was on his kind of right back area, just below kind of mid back.
Okay, and that states 80. Does that fairly accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been introduced, states 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a photo of one of the x-rays we took before we started the autopsy. So before we do autopsies on gunshot wounds, we x-ray the body to make sure we know where the bullet is. If there's a bullet in them, to make sure we recover that so we can hand it over to law enforcement. He's on his side.
Okay, I was about to say, where his head would be to the right of the screen?
Yes, his head's to the right, his legs are to the left.
Okay, yeah, and I guess his buttocks would be at the bottom left corner there.
Correct.
Okay.
And he's kind of boosted up on a body block so we can shoot across the table.
And, okay. What is this object right here that we're seeing in state 79?
That's the projectile we recovered from the body in autopsy.
Okay. And this is just this is an angle, different angle, but this is stage 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's upside down. But this is an x-ray going front to back of the body, again, showing where the projectile is located. So it's just left of the line, as you can see.
83, I know, but we're all from state 83 for mission now. Okay. Okay, this is a little, in state 83 again, this is what?
That's the projectile, and you can see the shadow of his heart just above that.
This is his heart?
Yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but his head would be, this is basically looking at his head being up,
Correct.
sleeping down. I even see, I think, the arm right here.
Yes.
Okay. What were your general findings as far as the bullet wound? Did it have an exit?
It did not exit, no.
Okay. Let me show you, it hasn't been introduced yet, but do you often, or I guess rather, probably all the time, do you draft something like that when you do an autopsy?
Yeah, so we have a stack of blank male, female, all sorts of diagrams that we take notes on when we do the autopsy. And then I kind of do my report based on some of the notes I take on there.
Okay, and this is not scale, right? Is it just
No, it's a generic male diagram.
No, state officer, state 73 for mission.
Okay. Whether United States 73 without objection.
What were your general findings as far as the, we already said didn't have an exit wound, but the bullet wound that was found in his back, you said it was his right lower back?
Right, so it's the right lower back. It was just under 2 inches right of midline, 46.5 inches above the heel. It was a classic entrance wound. So entrance wounds have what we call an abrasion collar. So as the bullet enters the skin, it kind of rubs the edge of the skin and drags it for a split second on the way in. So that's a typical entrance wound, which this had. The other things we look for when we're looking at bullet wounds in autopsy is we look for soot and stippling, because that's going to kind of tell us if there's a clue as to how close the shooter was when they were shot. So if there's soot like in the wound, that's usually a contact wound. If there's soot more on the skin around the wound, that means the gun was usually within 6 inches. If there's stippling, which is actually the gunpowder that comes out of the end of the gun and has tiny little abrasions on the skin surrounding it, that's usually within around 18 to 24 inches. The exceptions to those, of course, if it goes through like an intermediate object like a car door or a wall of some kind, and also very thick clothing can block those things. On this case, I did not see any soot or stippling, so this is what I call indeterminate range, meaning I don't know if it's 2 feet away or 20 feet away.
Okay. So no indication of soot or stippling.
And then, so after we track the bullet, it comes in, it goes through, it kind of hits the 11th rib, so we have 12 ribs, so just above the bottom rib, it hits part of the rib and part of the T11 vertebrae, so the 11th vertebrae going down the thoracic vertebrae there. It then goes through the right lower lobe of the lung, and then it goes through the right ventricle of the heart. So this is the most deadly thing that happened, is that it goes through his heart. That's not a survivable wound. It then goes, and after it goes through the heart, it hits the inside of his rib cage. We're actually able to see when we remove the front of his rib cage where the bullet impacted. So it's actually a little higher up than where the bullet's found. So the bullet, because of the way it kind of mushroomed, got caught on the pericardial sac, which is the soft tissue sac that surrounds the heart. So it kind of pulled it back down, but it actually impacted further up and to the left.
Would it have been immediately fatal, or would you expect to see somebody live for some time period after this?
So it's not immediately fatal. Those are more, and he would not lose consciousness immediately. Those are more with wounds to the head. So with a heart wound, maybe a minute or two, he could have. There's been reports of people being able to run with the adrenaline in their system, but not far. They collapse pretty quickly because the blood, every heartbeat is the blood's coming out of their heart and not circulating.
What is it that kills you? Is it
The blood loss. So instead of the blood circulating in your vessels and going to provide oxygen and energy to your cells, such as your heart, brain, vital organs, the blood is accumulating in his chest.
Tell me about midline is background, is that?
Yes.
How far from midline, left to right, was the wound?
The entrance wound was 1 3/4 inches right of midline.
And as far as the trajectory, was it, I guess, I assume back to front, there's no exit and it's holding us back.
Correct. So it's back to front. It was going a bit upwards, and it's going just slightly right to left. So it goes from just right of midline to just left of midline.
Okay. Of course, permission, can Dr. Nurse sit down for a minute?
Sure.
Show me kind of on my back. This use me as a model. Where would that entrance room be?
So if we go mid back, just underneath that, just right at midline, I would say approximately in this location here.
Okay. Show it to the
I would say right around here.
Smoke shirt.
Okay. You want me to draw on you? Okay. Never drawn on the train before.
Okay. And the trajectory was upward, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Show me with an X on the front of you. Where would it be on this side or this side?
It's going to be on the right side.
Okay. And do you need any names? Or do you...
Turn around again. Oh, left side. Okay. So left, yeah, it's kind of the bottom of your sternum. So it would be approximately here-ish.
Okay. Now with this rod, I'll stand aside. So during my profile, generally where that would be, how that would look going into Mr. Carmack, Dalton's body.
Say it like this, if he was standing straight up.
Okay.
The problem is like my diagram, everyone's standing in anatomical position. No one is ever really standing in anatomical position when they get shot. So
Whoops. I got one more here. You've seen my whole one. It's not a workbook, man. It's you've seen this too, Dr.
I have this.
If you're in a shooter stance, if that specifies it, okay?
Okay.
Same with the jury, but they can see you, and I'm over here.
Do you want me to put this down?
Yeah. Would you expect to see that trajectory if you're in a shooter stance and you're behind upright?
So a lot of times we get people, if someone is behind you with a gun, in general, someone's not going to stand there. A lot of times we have upward trajectories from people bending over.
Okay. The victim bending over, you mean?
Yes.
Let's just for argument's sake, you're the shooter and you're in a standard gunman stance. I am upright. Would you expect to see the trajectory that you observed on Mr. Dalton?
No, so either the shooter would have had to be below you shooting upwards, or the victim would have had to be at an angle downwards, or he would have been uphill. There's a few different variables, but generally not straight. If we're on flat ground, I'm directly behind you.
Testimony is we're on flat ground.
Okay.
Okay, and you're standing upright in a shooter stance. Would you expect this trajectory if I'm hunched over running?
Yes, that would make more sense.
Okay. Now, would you expect this trajectory if I was turned in any way like this?
Not from right behind you, no.
Okay. But you would expect this trajectory, would it be consistent with somebody running away in a runner stance with their back directly toward you?
Yes, if I fired the weapon from here to you in that stance,
Okay.
essentially to be just twisted just a tiny bit, that would be consistent.
If I'm for some reason turning around and aiming at you, like I'm doing now, is it possible to have this trajectory?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. In your expert opinion, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the torso.
In your expert opinion, were you able to determine a manner of death?
This is considered a homicide.
Nurse, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I probably was not sure.
Okay, I hope so. Sharpie, it will not watch out.
Thank you. No, nothing further.
Roll.
No.
Good, how are you? I have not met you before, no.
I can just go through a couple of things. One, I'm Sean Kent. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And under no circumstance am I going to let you draw on me.
I'm good with that.
I can promise you that.
That's great.
Dr. Durso, I just want to go through some of your testimony to make sure that I understand everything that you said.
That's how I feel, Natasha. I just don't feel like, I feel like he was shot. I don't feel like, this is just making it worse for me. Listening to these people, because I'm not understanding how the jury can sit and listen to these people testify, and what they're testifying to goes all the way against what the story that was told, and I don't understand how they didn't get that. But I'm listening. I'm trying not to do too much talking because I want y'all to hear what's being said. But and y'all know I can go on for days. So, but yeah, I'm not understanding how they sitting and listening to this testimony and they came up with what they came up with. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And of course, I have no challenge to your expertise whatsoever. And so please don't take offense to any of my questions.
Give me a second. I want to go get a water and I don't want to miss what they're saying. And I don't have it on my own. I don't have it hooked up to my surround sound, so I won't hear it when I leave out the room. So give me just a second. Let me go get me a water and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, y'all. What y'all say? Hold on. How do they determine the comprehension level of jury? they don't, not the comprehension. I don't think they go. I think they that's not part of the questionnaire, Sonya. I don't know, girl. I got called to jury duty one time in my entire life, and at the time I was pregnant. So when I told them I was pregnant, they told me I could be excused. And I haven't been called since. That was back in my 20s. I don't want to be called because, baby, I'll probably be the one that hang the jury in some situations. I don't know. Because y'all know I'm crazy and there be some.
Questions, and if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. Is that a fair statement?
Fair enough.
And you do not have anyone reward, anyone punish. We consider you a neutral witness. Is that fair? You don't work for the solicitors.
Oh, correct. No. I'm just here to explain the autopsy findings and what it means, and that's it. I do not take sides.
And I'm definitely not going to disrespect or ask you comments you make or anything of that nature. That's completely improper, but you work for a living, correct? You work for the University of South Carolina?
Yes.
And how long have you been there?
Well, I've only worked directly under them for about a year now. For 15 years before that, I worked for a private group of pathologists, and they just bought our practice. So I'm doing the same job for 16 years with MUSC for only a year now.
And doctor, as we talk about it, you are a doctor. You are.
Hold on, what happened?
Make sure that they can look at it, challenge it, and see if it's done a consistent way.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, there are specific standards that are utilized in doing autopsies.
Yes.
And that comes from the forensic autopsy performance standards.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And we utilize those to make sure that if somebody else is looking at the work that we've ever done, that we can have a standard, so not necessarily can challenge, so they can make sure. Well, tell me about the standards. Tell me
Just so we don't have people making stuff up and creating havoc.
And we want to endeavor to make sure that if we utilize and follow the standards at all times, that's when we know things are done exactly correctly.
Yes.
What happens when we don't follow standards? Is that a problem?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, to be
Okay,
honest
just a
with
question.
you.
You know, I mean, how about let's do this? Looking at the picture of the autopsy, do we believe that all standards were followed properly?
I believe I did.
When we're looking at the human body, I think you mentioned that we take it from the anatomical position.
Correct.
We take the height of the individual.
Yes.
So we want to be very specific.
Yes.
And we measure where the wound is, the defect, I think some call it where the wound is.
Yes.
We measure it exactly because we want to have very precise measurements.
Correct.
And then in this situation, we're very specific that the wound path in this situation is back to front, and because we can tell that, because we can tell the entry.
Correct.
And it's going front, back to front. And it's going, I think you mentioned right to left.
Yes.
And it's going slightly up.
Yes.
Now, first I'm going to deal with the word slightly. In my research and looking and talking to other doctors, they have mentioned that that's generally not a word that we utilize when dealing with autopsies. Is that a fair statement?
I use it, and so do my colleagues.
But with a word like slightly, that's not a question where we can get a specific what number that we're dealing with.
I guess not, no.
And without having a specific, using a word like slightly on a small human being could be different than slightly on a large human being.
Yes.
And when we're dealing with standards and making sure we can make a point of what has happened, it makes it almost impossible for another doctor, another pathologist to look at our work and say, what does slightly mean?
Well, that's why we take photos.
And that's the next thing I want to get into. That's why we take photos.
Correct.
And when we take photographs in situations, we don't just take photos, we follow the standards to make sure it's going to be the exact same way. Correct?
Okay.
And you're familiar with the forensic autopsy standards? Are you familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that utilizing the forensic autopsy standards, there are specific things that we are supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I'm not the one taking photographs.
But you would agree with me, there's some specifics that we're supposed to have in dealing with an autopsy.
What are you saying you were missing?
I'm asking, are you aware?
Because I can see.
And it's done. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Now, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I don't understand what you're.
And it looks like I am completely on the wrong. No, yeah. In section E2, it talks about what happens when we have injuries. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And just generically, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
This is saying pictures, it's describing.
Okay. But what are we supposed to do?
It says describe injury by type, location, size, shape, pattern, and color.
Okay, if we turn to page 15, that is where our industry standards talk about photographic documentation of injuries. Are you familiar with that section in the standards?
Yes.
And if we go to the forensic pathologist or representative shall, there's E3.1 and E3.2. What does E3.2 require us to do?
It says photograph major injuries with a scale.
Did we do that in this situation?
The sheriff's department or police department is the one that does that. And typically they do. I do not supervise them directly.
Do we have a picture of any of the injuries with the scale?
There should be some.
We haven't testified or seen any of that yet.
Yeah, Mr. Kent, going down a road you might not want to go.
No way, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. And doctor, I think I understand what you were saying. That you did not take the pictures, these pictures that we have.
Correct.
And if you would have taken the pictures, you would have had scale next to the pictures as required by the industry standards.
Right. So the sheriff's department always uses a scale. I guarantee you.
Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make sure. I promise you'll go after. Oh, Scott, okay.
We have, no one is saying anything's not turned over. No one accusing anyone of any type of, I don't use the word, discovery violation. But it has been, handled. We've addressed it, know how to address it with this witness. She didn't do it anyway, so we can find, the questions going to stop. She didn't put it on there, the sheriff's office would have done it, so we're going to come to this witness. She's exactly right, she didn't do it, and that's where we're going to stop anyway to inquiry. She put the picture on there. No, they have some. No, they have some.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the standard practice. And what she testified to is, I don't think the sheriff's department told me all to do. And she's asking, that should have been done. It hasn't been done. If it hasn't been done, it's been turned over. And we called out all these pictures because I thought we were all in agreement that a couple pictures was leg and 2 pictures. We were limited to 2 pictures of this big old wound. We agreed to. And now we're kind of getting punished for that. So, I mean, it's a little.
I don't say there's no attempt to find it. I'm still in the middle of the breakfast situation. They did not, and they have a right to recall, and they did not handle properly, and they were addressed.
Okay, we just, I know you print up this picture and introduce it.
Which she didn't take anyway.
It does exist, though, we don't know. So it's just, I don't like it.
Why don't we let finish the cross-examination? See where that goes. If it is recognized during the cross-examination, we'll be fine. If not, maybe we will discuss something curative for me.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I think she did a good job of correcting it right there. I think that's where we were going, but I'll make it up a little more. She's smarter than me.
You told me I could correct
I did. I got it. Don't
Just for the record, Your Honor, all of this information is turned over to current counsel, at least a portion of current counsel on what they, January 30th, 2025. They do have that.
All right. Well, let's give the jury about 5 more minutes. I'm sure someone to the restroom and stuff like that. Anybody get the opportunity to do that real quick? Go ahead.
All right, so let's.
Justice Lee.
Oh, okay. So this is gonna get into the witnesses' testimonies, y'all. These are the witnesses, okay? We through with the experts, even though I ain't get much out of the experts. I'm sorry. I don't know if y'all did or not, but I did. But these are the witnesses that that pretty much saw what went down. Okay, let's see. We're doing good on time. Okay, let's get into the witnesses. Okay. Yeah.
Justice Lee.
Good morning, how are you?
Good morning.
I'm good. You mind just telling us where you come?
I'm born and raised here in Columbia. I currently live now in Michigan,
What took you to Michigan?
job-wise.
Where do you work?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
When did you move to Michigan?
I moved to Michigan 2 months ago.
Just a little bit. Because if it's too fast for me, I know it's too fast for y'all. Hold on. Just a little bit. Okay, we'll leave it right there.
2 months ago. Where did you live before that? Here?
I live here.
Where at the house?
I live in an apartment complex, Brookside Crossing on Park Lane.
Okay, so pretty close to where all this happened.
Yes, sir.
And so were you living there on May 28th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Could you walk us through what you were doing that day?
That day I had family from Michigan and down, and we were on our way going out to eat when we saw the incident occur.
Who was with you?
My aunt from Michigan.
Anybody else?
No, just me and her.
Were you guys driving together? Separately?
We were driving together. She was driving.
She was driving. Okay. What kind of car were you in?
We were in, it's a Cadillac SUV, one of those new models. It was her vehicle.
Do you remember if your windows were up or down?
They were half cracked.
And were you pulling out of, where were you pulling out of what subdivision or neighborhood?
We were pulling out of Brookside Crossing, leaving out, trying to make a right.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence that states 15. Now, Ms. Broadwater, I am unfortunately lacking in the height department. So even with this great piece of art technology, I may not be able to point exactly to where I'm indicating, but if you need me to specify, I will let you know. Are you letting me? So could you tell us roughly where your neighborhood was?
The neighborhood is right there. That's considered, yes, that's considered Brookside Crossing.
Okay. And were you pulling out of this area?
Yes, we were pulling out, making a right.
Okay, so you're coming this way?
Yes.
All right, and then this is the gas station to start?
Correct.
Okay, so whenever you were pulling out this way, did anything draw your attention to the right?
No, we were just pulling out. When I turned my head to the right, me and my aunt, that's when we saw the incident occur.
No. Stephanie, can we do 26? I'm going to show you what's also evidence of stage 26. So this is, with what direction is it? Is it towards where you're coming out of or away?
This is towards, so as you come, this would be my right, so it's coming out up there where the tree is at.
Okay, so you would have been down over here. Far into the front, right?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Do 27, 78. Is this the same rough?
Correct. Where that truck is at, that's where we were coming out.
Okay, okay. What direction is this pointing on something?
So with the car being this way, it will be to my right.
Okay, so this would be roughly where you were coming out of?
I was on the passenger side, so that's to my right.
Okay, perfect. You said you were on the passenger side?
Yes.
So whenever you were coming out, you said were you just looking for cars, looking if anything was coming so you could pull out?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you look to the right, what did you see?
When we looked to the right, I see a young man running. I heard a pop sound, and my aunt we said, "What is that?" We saw a young man go down to the ground, and we saw an older man had a gun in his hand, pointed in a gun stance.
All right, let's walk through that just a bit slower for the jury. Okay. So you said you saw a young man running. Do you remember what he was wearing at all?
Yes, he was wearing a red hoodie, black basketball shorts, white long socks.
Okay. Do you know how close everybody was? Were they pretty close, pretty far away to each other?
They were pretty close.
Pretty close. Okay. So whenever you looked over there, did you see the young man carrying anything?
No.
You said you heard a pop. Did you recognize what that sound was?
Not at first until I seen him hit the ground.
Okay. And when you saw Cyrus hit the ground, what did you see anybody else doing at that time?
First, me and my aunt, we were just staring. We saw the older guy had his gun pointed still, and I believe his son running behind him. He came to a stop as well.
You said the guy was holding the gun. Do you know who that guy was?
The store owner of the Shell gas station.
Okay. The man sitting over that table?
Yes.
Compared to Cyrus, how big were Mr. Chow and his son? Were they bigger, smaller, same?
Mr. Chow, he's pretty small, and he kind of got a little weight on him.
Okay. So after you realized that a shot happened, what did you guys do?
We stopped. My aunt said, Jazz, he just shot that boy. You need to call the police. We're both about to call them. So we both put our cell phones. We called. My aunt said, I just want to make sure we're seeing what we see. So we drove out real slow, and we still see Cyrus on the ground. Looked like he was trying to push himself up, like how somebody's doing push-ups, but they're shaking really bad. And he propped back down on the ground, started banging on the ground like in pain.
So at that point, were you still sitting at this intersection we have right up here, or were you moving?
We were moving real slow because we wanted to make sure we saw everything. And that's when I got on the phone with 911 and explained to them, like, hey, we just saw the gas station owner shoot a young boy. And then my aunt, she said, we need to get out of here. So we drove up to an empty parking lot near where the old Columbia Mall is at. And 911 had me on hold for a long time. So we hung up and we called again.
Whenever you were driving by, did you see Mr. Chower's son doing anything?
He was standing with his hands on his hips like he was trying to catch his breath.
Okay. And you said you drove past this incident location and you parked somewhere with a mall, you said?
Yes, so it's further up the street. So once we drove out, we went further up, passing the gas station, making our right and going to an empty parking lot.
Okay. And when you parked there, did you call 911 again?
Yes, because they had me on hold.
And after you talked to 911, where did you guys go?
Me and my aunt, we went to go get something to eat because that was our plan. That's why we were leaving the neighborhood. We went to go get something to eat. We ate. By the time we came back, it was dark outside. My aunt said, hopefully everything is fine by the time we come back. So by the time we turned down to where my neighborhood was at, the street was blacked out and we saw nothing but blue police lights.
When did you talk to law enforcement about what you saw?
Once I had my aunt go back into my apartment, I told her I'll be back. I need to go speak to somebody, let them know what I saw. When I went out of the neighborhood, it was kind of hard to come out. And I saw a police officer. I said, hey, what happened to the young man that was here? I seen an incident that happened. He asked me, did you see what happened? I said, yes. And he said, okay, did you file a report? I said, no, not yet. I'm just letting you know what I saw. And he said, okay, somebody will get in contact with you.
Okay. Did you talk to law enforcement the next day then?
I did.
Court's indulgence?
Yes.
Just two more questions for you, ma'am. Whenever you were pulling out, who did you see holding a gun?
Mr. Red.
Did you see Cyrus holding anything?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
This the second witness I done heard, other than the young man from yesterday. Y'all remember the young man from yesterday? This the second witness I done heard that said that young man didn't have anything in his hand. Now, dude said he had the backpack. She said she didn't see anything in his hand because by the time she saw him, he was on the ground. But this is the second witness that still has not seen this gun pulled. Second witness now. Just listening.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Brown, how are you?
I'm getting yourself.
We gotta get some pleasantries. The two of us have never met. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Madam Court Reporter next to you is taking down every word that you're saying. I always go through this with everybody. And she can't take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. You understand that?
Understand.
Two, she can't take down that the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me the opportunity to ask my question, I promise I'll give you the opportunity to answer. Is that fair?
Understand.
And finally, sometimes I've been told no to speak way too fast. And if I speak too fast and you cannot understand my question, if you ask me to repeat it, I promise you I will. Is that fair?
That's right.
And so I want to make sure I get a little background. What part of Michigan? I went to law school in Michigan. So what part of Michigan?
I currently live in Clinton Township.
How long did it take you to get there? Drive, fly?
I drove.
Oh my God, I've done that drive. It's not an enjoyable drive whatsoever.
No.
I know it's not. What was that? 15 hours?
10.
Did you make it in less than 10? Or did you go to speed the whole way?
Whole way. Whole way.
Jasmine, I really don't have a lot of questions for you. I really want to talk about everything that happened that day. You understand?
Understand.
And if I'm not mistaken, you feel free to correct me where I'm wrong, this was definitely an emotional situation. Is that, remember is that yes?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And if I'm going through your testimony correctly, the first thing you did was call 911.
That is correct.
I mean, that's when emotions were still going high and heavy. Do you remember that call to 911?
Correct, yes.
And you talked to the 911 operator?
Yes.
You remember a conversation with the 911 operator?
Yes.
And that was as close to the time as possible. Is that correct? Would you mind if I call you Jasmine?
That's fine.
Okay. And that was close to the time as possible, correct, Jasmine?
Correct.
And when we talked to the 911 operator, do you remember specifically how you did not actually see the shooting?
I stated in my 911 call, I said, I think I saw it. And then my aunt was behind me, as you can hear in the 911 call. She said, no, Jasmine, he did shoot that boy. And I said, yes, he did.
Okay. And I want to go through some of that, and I'm not going to track. I want to make sure I understand. And I think that is exactly what I heard on the 911. But when you were talking to the 911 operator, you initially said, I didn't see anything, correct?
No, I said, I think I saw.
You think you saw. You're not positive when you're talking.
Correct, because my emotions gone.
Fresh to the incident as possible, close to possible, emotional situations.
Correct.
And then you utter what you remember to the 911 operator. Fair?
Correct.
And then you said, I think I saw. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
And then somebody in the car told you actually did see. Is that what your testimony just was?
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of that 911 call, and Devin, you had the original 911 call.
Correct.
Okay. And so I'm not tricky or anything, so I'm going to ask you questions. And would you agree with me, a lot of that 911 call with things like you just said, I think I saw this may have happened, it was stuff like that. I think they call it equivocation. Do you agree with that?
Agree.
Okay. And then when the dispatch officer, whatever they call those 911 officers, they ask you a question. Did you see him shoot the boy, or did you just hear the gun go off? And your response was, we just heard the gun go off, and then we happened to see the owner pointing the gun at the boy while he was on the ground. You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And so what you're telling us, and I think you described it, you thought they might have been fireworks because you weren't sure what they were. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And then later, I think you gave two different statements. I won't say different, because sometimes you gave two additional statements. Is that it?
That's sorry. Yes.
That's a yes. You gave two additional statements.
Yes.
And each statement after that first 911 call, would you agree got a little more detailed?
Yes.
And this was after you had met with law enforcement?
The next day.
Yes.
That's when I met with law enforcement.
And I want to make sure I understand, you also testified, you also gave law enforcement for one of these interviews that you gave, you specifically saw Mr. Chow toss the gun away?
I'm not sure if it was a gun. I remember when my aunt and we were driving slowly away.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Child still had his gun pointed at him while Cyrus was on the ground. He still had his gun in his left hand. He squat down, he grabbed something off the ground, tossed it, and then put his right hand back on the gun, still pointed at Cyrus as he was on the ground.
Okay, so to repeat my question, you saw him toss something away, but you're not sure what it was.
Not sure what it was.
You don't remember if he told 911 or one of the other subsequent interviews that we identified on?
No.
Okay. And I'm not saying you did, I'm just asking a question. You understand, I'm not trying to trick you or anything like that, Jasmine. And Jasmine, do you remember doing or giving a diagram to law enforcement about where you saw the bodies?
Correct.
And they went through and you gave identification where you saw everybody on the scene?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you may or may not know, and don't answer the question if you do not know. Are you aware that the diagram and the identifications of where you put the bodies would have been after the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Which would have been consistent with you seeing the end of the shooting and maybe not the beginning or during?
No.
Okay. And possibly going in conjunction with your 911 call, which you originally told the 911 operator that you did not see the actual shooting, and maybe you just saw the aftermath of that.
So I want to make sure I answer this correctly.
Yeah, that was, remember those long questions I told you about?
Yeah, I want to make sure I answer this
Take
correctly.
your time, please.
So as I stated, when I turned my head to the right,
Yes, ma'am.
we heard a pop. Your mom said, what is that? We saw Cyrus go down. That's when I seen Mr. Rich had his gun pointed. And that's when my aunt said, he just shot that boy. We need to call 911. And we both called 911. That's when my aunt took her time to drive out slow to make sure that we saw everything. And we, as I stated, he still had his gun pointed in the back of Cyrus.
I can answer my question absolutely perfectly. Thank you so much. Are you going back to that?
Yes.
Right after this?
Mm-hmm.
I pray for your drive safe. Take care. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You feel right. Quick over time.
No other questions, John?
Very good, Mr. Crawford. You can step down. Thank you for being here.
All right, y'all. So this is another witness. This is another witness. Let's listen. Y'all put any questions you may have in the chat. Make sure y'all double tapping that screen and like the live. Thank y'all so much for joining. I appreciate it. Let's listen.
Lori Ann Carson.
Thank you. I'm going to work the podium up. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Carson. Tell the jury just briefly, just to get acquainted with you, and two things I'll ask real quickly. You got a court reporter who's here. She's going to be taking everything down that you say, so just need you to speak loudly enough for her to hear you and for each of the members of the jury. And also, I'll let you get that. If you're not in your head or saying, if you could just say yes or no so that the court reporter can take it down clearly and nobody will assume what you're saying. Just want to make sure it's all clear.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Where are you from?
Originally, Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
And what brought you to South Carolina?
My husband was in the military in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. He got out there and then we moved here to Columbia, South Carolina, where his parents reside.
What branch?
Army.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
United States Postal Service.
How long have you been there?
25, 26 years.
All right. And do you have other family here in South Carolina?
No, I have just my husband's family and my kids, but my family's in Kentucky.
All right. And so your kids are physically here in South Carolina? Okay. Are they in Columbia?
Yes.
All right. And do you grandmother?
Yes.
How many grands you got? It makes you smile when you talk about
Yes, 8.
You got 8?
8.
All right. So let me ask you this. We're going to focus a little bit more specifically on 2023.
Yes.
So May 2023, you said you have 3 children who are here?
I do.
All right. Do you mind naming them?
I do mind.
Okay. You do mind? Do you have a daughter named Kim?
I do.
All right. And was she living in Columbia back in 2023?
She was.
What side of town was she living in?
Side of town, I don't know if that's, I live on Northeast. I don't know if that's still the Northeast area of Columbia or she lived off of Spring Tree off of.
So off of the Spring Tree Park Lane area?
Yes, yes. I don't know what kind of.
So would that have been the area where the convenience store is located that is owned by Mr. Chikowski, the defendant, Rick Jones?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you just a couple things real quick. First, it states exhibit number 18 and states exhibit number 19. Okay. Thank you. So take a look at states 18 and 19. Do either of those photos look familiar to you?
They do.
All right. So if we start with states exhibit number 18, and I think it's up on board now, so if you have that to me, you can
Yes.
take them out. So the first one is states 18. Tell me what that is.
A convenience store?
Okay. Which convenience store is that?
Shell station?
All right. And I'm going to show you states number 16. Now that's more of an aerial view. Is that a better
That's
condition?
right, yes.
Okay, what is it you see in there?
The convenience store, Spring Tree, Park Lane.
All right. On the corners of Spring Tree and Park Lane?
Yes.
And that's the area where your daughter was living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we focus a little bit more specifically on that particular day, can you tell me a little bit about what was going on, what you were doing that day?
We was going, my daughter and grandkids was going to see a movie that they chose. And we just thought Sunday, day before the holiday, we'd just go out and enjoy ourselves.
So you indeed went to see a movie that day?
We did.
All right. And after the movie, what is it that you decided to do?
Take Kennedy back home, but she needed to stop at the store to get something to drink.
Okay. And so the store that we're looking at, is that the store that you stopped at to get something to drink?
Yes.
Had you been in that store before?
Twice.
Right. Can you tell me why you've gone into that store?
Yes. My grandkids had been looking for some candy slime liquors. So I was on the hunt trying to find the candy that they wanted. So I stopped in there once and they was like, come back in probably a couple of weeks. They should have it then. So the second time I stopped back in there and I don't believe I purchased it then. They were still stocking up.
But having gone into that store at least 2 times, you were familiar with the layout of the store?
Yes.
A little bit familiar with the
Where the candy was at, yes. I knew where to go.
Yes, ma'am. And you're a little bit familiar with the decorations in the store?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you something state exhibit number 52.
Same objection to report on, but it's been.
This is it. Okay. I'm showing you what's been listed state exhibit 52. Can you tell me if you recognize that picture?
I did.
All right. And in recognizing that picture, you said, were there anything like photos or decorations that stood out to you when you were in that store?
Yeah, a lot of photos.
Okay. And is what you're looking at from States 52 a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you saw when you walked into that store?
Yes.
Now, as we focus a little bit more on that particular day, you drove into the gas station to, or the Shell station, the convenience store side of this,
Yes.
to pick up maybe some slime liquor or a drink for your daughter?
Candy.
Or some candy. And what happened next?
As I was pulling in onto the lot, I noticed I noticed I noticed Cyrus coming out and taking off running. The two other gentlemen behind him following suit.
You said following suit. Let me ask you this.
Yes. So,
What kind of car were you driving that particular day?
BMW SUV.
Okay, BMW SUV?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide number 20 from State Exhibit number 4. Now, if you're looking at the top corner of that screen, can you tell me what you can see?
I see my vehicle turning onto Springfield.
So that vehicle right there is its paws. That's your vehicle?
That is my vehicle.
And tell me again what type of vehicle that is.
2017 BMW S5.
So what is it about when you pulled into this area that commanded your attention? Let's talk about that a little bit more. You said you saw a young man walk out of the store?
I saw him walking out and then taking off running with the two gentlemen running behind him.
Okay. You said two gentlemen running behind him. What, if anything, stood out to you as they were running behind this young man?
His shoe flew off when he was.
Now, where would you have been to watch this shoe fly off?
I had pulled onto the lot and I stopped.
Okay.
So I was able to see.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 21. I'm sorry, State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22. I'm going to hand you 620. Can you tell me what that is a photo of?
Yes, Springfield Drive.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 21. Can you show me what that's a photo?
Just a bigger view of Springfield Drive.
Is that also the corner of that store in the parking lot?
The parking lot, yes.
7441 Parkland Road?
Yes.
Is it belonging to Bridgetown, the defendant?
Yes.
You sure? Yeah. Let's start with 20. So can you explain to the jury about where you would have been as you pulled into that store and you saw two adults chasing Cyrus?
I would have been just on the edge. I pulled in onto the lot, so I was at the edge.
Okay.
Just off the street.
So what I'll do, you want me to put this down? So I have you, if you don't mind, Ms. Clarkson, I'm going to give this to you, and you can point out. Are you comfortable pointing on this one? Okay. You want me to be here so you see on? Okay. All right. Show us about where you would park.
I parked right there, stopped right there.
Stop in that area?
Yes.
And what you're telling us is that's where you saw the defendant, Rick Chow, and someone else chasing Cyrus across the parking lot.
Yes.
All right, you have to see, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as States 24, slide 24 from States number 4, exhibit number 4. Tell me what you see in that video.
My vehicle and Mr. Gerald and the other gentleman running.
And is that what you experienced on May 28th, 2023?
Yes.
And that caught your attention?
Yes.
What did you see next?
I saw Cyrus run across the street. I saw a female, I don't know if it's a stick or not. I saw her pick up his shoe.
And did you continue to watch this whole incident unfold?
I did.
And you watched from your vantage point right there at the corner that you just pointed out to the jury?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw from that vantage point.
At that point, I saw Cyrus run across the street, them chasing him. I saw Cyrus trip, and he got up, and I was excited because I wanted him to continue running, but he didn't get up straight up. I thought he tripped again, and he went down.
Did you at any point in time see anything in Cyrus's hands?
I did not.
Would you be at a point where you could see things that were in his hands?
Yes.
All right. What happened next? You can take your time.
I turned my vehicle around and went down to where they were located at. I stopped and I wrote down my window, I asked, is everything okay? And he said, no, call 911.
So let's stop there. Before you drove down to see what was going on, could you see, you said Cyrus fell a second time?
He fell, he tripped over the curb, and then as he was getting up, he fell down again, so he didn't get upright. He didn't get upright to where he was.
What were the two men who were chasing him doing?
I saw the son. I saw both of them chase him. Then when I drove down there, I can't at this point because I had to turn my vehicle around. So I had to look left to make sure no car cut. So then I drove down there when I stopped and asked if they needed help. Was everything okay? The son, they was distance apart from Cyrus. Cyrus was in the middle of them, and Mr. Child was in front of Cyrus. Cyrus was already laying on the ground, and the father was near, just where his head was at.
So let me ask you this, just to make sure I'm getting this chronologically correct. Before you drove down there, you saw them right in front of your car.
Yes.
All right. And you saw him fall a couple times.
Yes.
All right. And then as he fell, you saw him, when he fell the final time, can you tell us where they were positioned?
I cannot tell you.
Can you tell us what, if anything, you saw Mr. Chow, either the defendant in this case, doing or his son doing when he fell the final time?
The final time when I saw he was already moving towards the front of Cyrus.
Okay.
And the son was behind Cyrus, but a little ways off from where Cyrus was at. It's like the son ran up near the curb and stopped. It's like he didn't move no further.
And you saw Cyrus fall the final time?
I did.
Was he ever pointing towards them or doing anything towards them that you could see?
No, that I could see, no.
And did you ever see anything in his hands?
I did not.
So when you actually went down to the scene, you said you drove down there. Did you at some point engage or have a conversation? Let me change this around a little bit. What is it that you saw when you finally got down to the scene? You said that you saw Cyrus on the ground. Tell me what was going on.
When I got down there, Mr. Child was down on his knees. Cyrus was on his back. And Mr. Child has his hand out. And I asked, where'd the blood come from? Are you bleeding? Are you hurt? I said, who's hurt? And he said, him. So I looked at Cyrus and I said, where? Because I didn't see no blood. And so by then there was another female and Mr. Child, they rolled him over and they raised his shirt up. And I saw the hole in the back. And then he rolled him back over and I cleared. By then he had leaves in his mouth and I cleared the way because he had started making gurgling. So I thought he was trying to breathe. So I was trying to clear him so he could breathe. And I told him to, the female, and because I didn't know how to do CPR. So I told him to do CPR because he's trying to breathe. And I told him to do CPR. So the young lady started doing chest compression. And Mr. Child was getting CPR mouth to mouth to him. And I just told him to keep on.
And you tried to do what you could to help with the situation after Cyrus had been shot?
Yes.
Do you know who shot Cyrus?
I don't know who shot, but I know when I went down there, when I turned my car around, went down there and stopped, Mr. Child was in a shooting stance, but he's standing upright with his legs, and he had his arms like this.
Like, can you stand and demonstrate to the jury what you mean by shooting stance? And hold on for a minute. Let me move this. Can you come down again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. When I drove down there and stopped, the scene was over here. And I rolled down my window, and he was in a stance like this.
And what did you do when you saw Mr. Chow in a stance like that, the defendant, Mr. Chow in a stance like that?
I asked him, was everything okay? He said, no. Call 911.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I had my family in the car, so I needed to get them out of danger and throw them up to the next apartment lot. And then I ran back down. And as I was going up, though, I was calling 911, but I was so nervous because I needed to get back down there and help them. And I just gave the phone to my daughter because I I couldn't get the information out.
Of course, it don't.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's the more slide 20 or station exhibit 4. You can take a look at that, please. 21. I'm sorry, slide 21. That's So we loop back a little bit just to go back to the beginning of this. What is it that you saw? You talked about shoot?
Shoe came off.
Okay, and that's what you saw?
I saw him right on the red, bright red.
Could you see
sweatshirt, so I was able to see him. But I saw a shoe that's white and it's just long. It's just running.
Could you see his face?
I saw his face.
Tell me what you saw.
He just looked frightened and scared. He looked like he needed help.
And how did you say he looked frightened and scared? How do you say that?
The way his eyes was just like a young child, just in trouble, just needed help. He just looked scared. It just in his eyes.
And is that what compelled you to do a little bit more?
Yes.
Why is it?
Because this is like one of my grandkids, one of my kids, just looked scared, and I just had to help. I could not do nothing. I could not do nothing. I could not. My daughter wanted me to. I could not. The best thing I could do was just get my family out the way. I didn't mind if I got hurt, but I needed my family out the way, and I had to go there and help them.
And that's what you did?
And that's what I did.
And later you had an opportunity to speak to law enforcement about what you did?
Yes.
You did that. And let's just be clear, you're not in any relation to anybody in this case, correct?
No.
You were with your family?
Yes.
And you watched all of these things unfold?
Yes.
Of course, adults. So just to be clear, as you, your daughter, and grandkids were in that parking lot, you watched Cyrus run by. What, if anything, was in his hands?
I saw the backpack on his back, but I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he ran down Spring Street, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he fell multiple times, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And from your vantage point, you feel certain you would have seen if something was in his hands?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
I know this was a startling event, but I need to ask you some questions. all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified that you were with your daughter, you went to this store to purchase something to drink or something, is that right?
We was going there to purchase that, but we never made it inside.
And we've seen a video of your your automobile, BMW SUV, I think you said, turned off of Park Lane onto Spring Tree, and then you say you immediately pulled into the parking lot of the station.
Yes.
And maybe let me get this going. Technology. In a moment, when you get this figured out, I'll ask you some questions about this. Now, your SUV, you were riding with, where was your daughter? And your daughter's name is Kennedy?
Kennedy,
All right. How old is she?
30, she's old. She's 30.
Don't say that's old.
She's not a baby.
She's a young lady, but she was seated in the passenger seat of your automobile. Is that right?
No, Kennedy was behind me. My granddaughter was on the passenger side.
All right. So which side of the automobile was she sitting?
She was directly behind me.
And are your the windows in your vehicle are tinted?
Yes, they are.
And so let me ask you to step down again. Let me get this for you. And our solicitor has hidden the pointer. What's this? So as you did before, would you reach up there and show the jury where your vehicle was?
Yes, I pulled off Spring Tree on here.
Okay. So up beyond that bush perhaps?
Right there.
All right. And so your view would have been down the road. And so as you testified, you watched through your window. Windows were rolled up in your vehicle, I think?
Yes, they're legally tinted, though, they're not.
Okay. And the three people you saw run past you, would you kind of give if you already an indication with your pointer there, where they ran by you, past you?
When I was pulling off, Cyrus was just stepping off all the steps and just started running. So Cyrus were here and the other two gentlemen was just past my vehicle here.
Okay.
The shoe flew off, the lady came and picked it up.
All right.
I saw them go down because I had backed up.
And let me ask you something there. You saw the shoe come off somewhere around that red car? Or
I don't recall.
do you recall?
I recall the shoe flying off. So I saw the lady come to pick it up.
All right. But that was sometime later that she came and picked it up? Or
Yes, they was already off.
All right. And did you see the gentleman you're calling Cyrus, did you see him throw 2 cell phones away?
No,
Didn't see that. You see him throw anything else away?
no, I did not. I didn't see anything in his hand.
Okay. Now, if you'll point up on that map, take a step up to get there. Point about where you believe that Mr. Belton, that person you call him Cyrus, where his injury would have been. Where was it that you saw him being shot?
Ran across the street. This is where he tripped at. Somewhere near. Somewhere here. I can't see. But he tripped and then he went down and then tried to. He went down.
So your recollection is that it wasn't all the way there, much closer?
I cannot.
And I understand.
Yeah, because he ran across the street.
All right, if you'll have a seat, man. Are you aware that the sheriff's department indicates that the distance from the store to where Mr. Belton tripped and fell was 130 yards? Are you aware of that?
No, but when I was down there, when I looked back up at the store, I myself just saw like the tip of the store. I couldn't see the whole store itself. So the distance, I don't know, but I know when I looked up there at the store myself, I just saw like the tip of the store. So it's kind of, I couldn't see. You can see the lot in the store. You can like see.
But your view through your rolled up window was 130 yards.
I don't know the distance. I'm not.
But let's go back to when the 3 individuals ran past you. You didn't know who these people were.
No.
You did not know what was happening.
No.
You told the jury you didn't see anything in the first person's hands, the person we know to be, you were calling Cyrus.
No, I didn't see anything in his hand.
Nothing in his hands, didn't see him throw anything away, you just saw him step out of the chute?
I saw him running, and when his leg was back, his shoe flew off. So I didn't see him throw anything. I didn't see a cell phone.
And was he carrying the backpack, or did he have it looped in his arms in a backpack traditional position?
I can't recall it was looped in his arm. I didn't see that running like that. I thought it was on his back. I'm not sure because
You certainly didn't know that he had a 9mm pistol.
No, I
hidden
did
in
not.
his clothing
I did not.
in front of his, remember what he was wearing?
Yes, it was a bright red sweatshirt. He had on some darker jeans and some white tennis shoes with white and sweatshirt.
Do you remember that it had a big pocket on the front?
I can't recall seeing a pocket.
Now, the second and the third people who were pursuing him or following him. The first, let's not confuse you or the jury. The first person you were calling Cyrus.
Yes.
The second person, do you now understand what his name was? Andy?
The son?
Yes.
Okay.
That second person you saw?
I saw, I guess, Andy and Mr. Chow.
All right. Well, you saw Andy running after Cyrus.
Both of them.
And Andy had nothing in his hands.
I can't recall what they had in their hand.
So you didn't notice whether he had anything.
I didn't notice if he had anything in his hand.
And the third person was the father, Mr. Chow, the gentleman seated over here.
Yes.
You recognize him today?
Yes.
And he also didn't have anything in his hands, did he?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And he was following his son. He was behind his son, wasn't he? As the videos indicated.
Yes. It seemed like, well, in my view, it just seemed like they was running so whether side by side or behind. but they
And
was
so
running after
you
him.
testified.
Did you finish?
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Please finish. Do you remember what you were saying when I interrupted you?
Repeat the question and I can answer again.
Well, you saw, I think I asked, you saw nothing in Mr. Chow's hands. And
That's
he was,
correct. I didn't see anything in his hand.
and he was following his son. He was behind his son. As, and I said it before you answered, as indicated on videos.
Yes. What I saw, I just saw them running. I don't know who was in front, behind. I don't know. They was together running. That's what I saw.
And so then you saw the three of them proceed down the street 130 yards, or whatever the distance was. And you
Yes.
say that then you saw the person you're calling Cyrus fall.
He tripped over the curb
Right?
and went down and proceeded to get back up, and then he went down and didn't get all the way up.
And you weren't able at that distance to see what he tripped on, were you?
He tripped over the curb. I saw that.
And when he began to get up, were you able at 130 yards to see that he had a gun in his hand?
No,
You couldn't see whether he had anything in his hand or not.
no.
Do you remember that? You remember seeing Andy Chow when
Yes.
this young man fell? Do you remember seeing him backing up into the middle of the street?
No. When I saw him, he was just standing still. I didn't see him back up.
In the middle of the street?
He was just standing still near the curb.
Okay. And you had no idea at that point that Cyrus had a 9mm pistol in his hand? When you saw him fall, you saw everyone stop. All three of them stopped.
I saw him. I don't know what they was doing. I saw my eyes was focused on him because of the red sweatshirt. I can't recall if they were backing up, whatever, but I saw him trip over the curb, get back up, and then trip again, and he went down. And that's when I went down.
When he fell, neither of the Chows jumped on him, did they?
I didn't see it. I didn't see him then jump on him. No.
Okay. They didn't touch him. They didn't jump on him. They didn't attack him.
There was a time period where I had turned my vehicle around and I had to look left to make sure no car was coming. So whatever happened in that short period of time for me to look left and turn it back and go, I don't know what happened.
Well, that's not the time period I'm asking. I'm asking you about what you testified about. That when you saw him fall, neither of the Chows jumped on that young man when he fell.
No, I didn't see them jumping on him. No.
And the second time you say he tripped or fell, you don't know whether maybe that's when he was shot. You don't know.
I don't know.
In fact, you never heard a gunshot.
I did not.
And when he fell the second time or went down the second time, you did not see either Chow advance on him, attack him, did you?
I did not.
So, Solicitor asked you about speaking to the Sheriff's Department. You went to the Richland County Sheriff's Department at their request.
Yes.
And gave an interview.
Yes.
In that interview, you mentioned, and it is correct, that you and your daughter participated in a 911 call.
Yes.
The 911 call was made after the second time Cyrus fell down.
Yes.
And in that Sheriff's Department interview, you indicated, as you said today, you were right there. Let's see. You were right there in that spot, though you in the 911 call, you're not able to exactly explain where you were. You knew you were at the intersection of the corner of this gas station.
I could not, because I was just so frantic that I could not recall the street I was on, and I was nervous, and I handed the phone to my daughter to finish the conversation.
And so you never saw a gun in anybody's house.
No.
And when you mentioned you turned your car around, you drove down, and you drove past where, well, you stopped where this, where the young man was, and Mr. Chow and his son.
Yes.
And you rolled the window down, I think you said.
Yes.
And Mr. Chow, this gentleman, the first thing he said to you was, call 911.
After I asked him, was everything okay? He said, no, call 911.
And again, you didn't know there was a gunshot.
No.
You and your daughter went up to what, one of the parking lots,
Yes.
turned in and pulled over and parked,
Yes.
and you walked back down.
I ran down.
Ran it, and your daughter's with you.
My daughter after me.
Okay. And when you got down there, you saw Mr. Chow, this gentleman, Mr. Chow, you saw him giving this young man, you saw him down on his knees, giving this young man mouth to mouth.
No, sir.
Well, don't you recall telling the sheriff's deputy when you were interviewed on, let's see, July 25th, roughly a month after this, that you watched Rick doing mouth to mouth and saw the brown stuff came out. And then you watched him try to do mouth to mouth again.
No, sir. When I went down there, he was on his knee.
Mr. Chow.
Mr. Chow was on his knee. By then, another young lady came down, and she was on my left-hand side. She went down on her knee. I asked him about the blood on his hand because someone was injured. I need to know who was injured. I asked him, was he okay? Are you hurt? Who's hurt? And he said, him. I looked over at Cyrus, down at Cyrus. I didn't see no blood nowhere. So I'm trying to figure out where does blood come from? Who's hurt? And that's when they both rolled him over. I saw a hole in his back and just a little blood around it. They rolled him back over. I got the leaves out of his mouth, and I told him they need to do because I cannot do CPR. I asked them to do it. The young lady started doing the chest compression. He started doing mouth to mouth.
Okay, so he Mr. Chow did indeed give attempted life-saving measures, including mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, right there on his knees in front of you, trying to save this young boy's life. Even to the extent.
Yes.
Even to the extent that young man aspirating or vomiting, Mr. Chow cleared his mouth and then proceeded to go back to the mouth.
That's not better than aspirating and vomiting.
Sorry?
Your Honor, I believe that the testimony is correct. The commentary.
I'll allow that.
It was not great. And you yourself did not, you know how to give mouth to mouth?
I did not know. That bothers me today. And I could not help him. And the only thing I could do was just clear his mouth with the leaves. And I couldn't do anything else but to stay there with him because he didn't have nobody there with him. I tried.
But Mr. Chow did apparently give mouth-to-mouth resuscitative efforts to save his life. Right there in front. That's all we have, y'all. Thank you.
Hang on, redirect.
You need a moment?
That's fine.
I'm sorry, we got to rehash this without you. So, Mr. McCullough just mentioned that this, the defendant, Mr. Chow, was giving life. He was trying to save this young man's life, is what he said, right? And that's after he shot him in the back, right?
Well, Your Honor, I object to that because this is direct legal act. She's already said she didn't see a gun, didn't see a shot fired.
Go ahead and ask the question, Mr. Ware.
Okay. So, Mr. McCullough asked, or he said to, he went through this long litany about what happened right here and said that the defendant, Mr. Chow, Rick Chow, was giving him mouth to mouth, trying to save this child's life. And that was after.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And that was after Rick Chow had shot him in the back.
Yes.
And who did you see standing in a shooting position out of anybody of the three people who ran in front of your car?
I saw Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes, sir.
The man sitting right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said that you clearly saw Cyrus didn't have anything in his hand.
I did not see anything in his hand.
You never saw him point and turn towards them.
I did not.
He was running the entire time.
Yes, sir.
And when he ran by you, he looked scared.
He did.
And who was running behind him?
Mr. Chow and his son, I believe.
And did you ever see Cyrus turn around and confront them?
No.
Kept running away from them.
Yes.
And they continued pursuing him the entire time. Now, also in questioning, Mr. McCullough said you didn't see a gun because he had it hidden in the front pocket.
I didn't see no gun.
Okay. And have you seen somebody shot, killed, or dying in front of you like that before?
No.
And you were a little bit frantic. Was the word you used?
Yes.
A little bit upset.
Yes.
Did you do the best that you could to tell the police what you saw?
I did.
And at the end of the day, you didn't see a gun in Cyrus's hands. Would that be a yes or no?
I didn't see a gun.
Okay, did not see a gun.
I did not see a gun.
Okay.
You recall?
Nope, thank you. Thank you.
You spent that much time.
Thank you, sir.
Chow.
The defendant, Mr. Chow? Rick
Yes.
Chow? All right. Now, I'd like to, and tell us, what was Cyrus, what was his demeanor as he was running away?
His eyes were big. He was running pretty fast.
Okay. Was it a casual stroll like you walking through the park?
No.
Describe or show the jury, if you could, with your hands, what you were observing as Cyrus came out of that store.
Cyrus was holding his pants up like this. Coming his arms like this.
You said you saw a shoe.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Explain that a little bit more.
Before he hit Spring Tree Road, his shoe had fell off.
I'd like to show slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4. So based on slide 21 of State's Exhibit number 4, did you see a shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you viewed as you and your family were in that car pulling into the gas station?
Yes.
Can you describe about, although it doesn't seem to be in the video, where you all would have been positioned, where your car would have been so you could see those things?
This car is kind of in the way, but we were at the corner at the end of this parking lot area. Makes sense.
And what was Rick Chow doing at that point, the defendant Rick Chow?
It's running behind his son.
And the son meaning Andy Chow?
Yes.
Let me show State's slide 27, I apologize, from State's Exhibit number 4. Can you describe, well, first of all, does that vehicle look familiar to you?
Yes.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's my mother's.
All right. And you were inside of that vehicle?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what you saw.
So Cyrus was running out, his shoe came off. He was pumping his arms and holding his pants with the other arm. He crossed the street and he tripped over the curb. At that time, he got back up. I see Mr. Chow step out. He had his arms up. And then we see Cyrus fall again to the ground. He kind of like crawled, basically, to the place where he passed.
And I'm going to go back through that with you slowly. I want to show you something real quick before we go to this next portion. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3 markings. Not my decision. Take a look at that, if you would, please. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Tell me what it looks to be a still shot of.
It looks to see, there's a still shot of Andy in front of his father and me and my family in the car. And Andy and his father are running.
Is it fair to say it's a still shot of the video we just watched?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to enter State 72 in evidence.
Objection? No objection. All right, State 72 without objection.
May we post that, please? Yes. So as Andy and Rick are running after Cyrus, you said you saw the shoe come off.
Yes.
You said that you saw a little bit farther down the road Cyrus trip or fall multiple times?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit more. You said that you saw him standing. Go back through that. I do not want to put words in your mouth.
I'm sure. So we pull in. We stop right where you see us. They run across. Cyrus trips over the curb. He gets back up. You see Mr. Child go and step out, put his arms up, and Cyrus trips again and kind of gets back up, but it's like a crawl to where he passed away.
What, if anything, did you see in Cyrus Carmack Belton's hands when he ran past you?
Nothing. So when he was in the parking lot, well, running out the parking lot, he had his like book bag right here. When he tripped the first time, he didn't have his book bag anymore. When he was in the parking lot running, he was pumping his arms. It was visible that he was running.
And from your vantage point, could you see if there was anything in his hands?
There wasn't anything in his hands.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 20. Can I hand that to you?
Yes, sir.
Does that vantage point look familiar to you?
Yes.
Is that where you observed all of the goings on Spring Street Road?
Yes.
On May 28, 2023?
Yes.
Is that where you just testified you saw Rick, Child, the defendant in this case, and the son Andy, chasing after Cyrus?
Yes.
Is that where you saw that shoe fly off?
Yes.
Is that where you saw him, Cyrus, fall in the backpack, fell?
Yes.
Is that where you saw after he tripped, he meaning Cyrus tripped over that curb, Rick do some kind of motion with his hands?
Yes.
No, I'm finished actually leading. Come on, thank you.
What did you see him do with his hands at that point in time? Show me.
He had his hands like this, you know, if I can.
We move this step. You know what is it? I'm here. Come on. Come on, 7 Thank you. All right, please continue.
Okay, if the jury is my vantage point this way.
Okay. And, excuse me, so defendant Child's right here, so where was Cyrus' position?
Cyrus was in front of him.
Okay.
With a turn, we're all facing the
Okay.
same
Will
way.
you turn me in the direction of where Cyrus would have been facing Rick on?
Maybe a little lower because he had tripped and he was coming back up. Yeah.
More like that?
Yes, sir.
Or,
Well, you can lead with words and you can lead with actions, and I object to either way.
Your Honor, you see it lower than I got one.
Okay.
So if I'm getting lower, more like this or more like this?
More like that.
All right. And so and is that when you tell us what you saw when you saw him lower in the position that I was just in?
So he tripped and he's coming back up.
All right, so I'm positioning myself again. Somewhere in here.
Yes, he was on his way back up. Mr. Challenge already like this.
Did you see Cyrus Carmack Belton turn around at any point?
No,
Did you see him point anything at Rick Child or Andy Child at any point?
no.
Did you hear anything?
There was a lot going on. My mom was in the car and my mom was in the car and a little hysterical. She said, "Is that a gunshot?" And I didn't really want to be involved with this. And I was like, "No, that wasn't a shot. That wasn't a shot." We got the windows rolled up, and so it was muffled. But yeah,
But even with the windows being rolled up and it being muffled, did that interrupt what you saw with your eyes?
no,
From the vantage point that you saw it?
no.
Now, your mother eventually, drove out to the location?
Yes,
All right, and came back. Was there a conversation of some sort that took place between she and anybody?
yes,
While you guys were still in the car?
yes.
Okay, who did she speak with?
Mr. Child.
All right, and did she come back to the scene for a brief moment?
Yeah, she circled around. So after the incident took place, she drove down some and she asked Mr. Child, "Did anybody need help? Is anybody hurt?"
Well, don't tell me what he said, but after that conversation, the driving took place.
Yes, and she turned back around. We turned around the car.
May I show slide number 30 of that's still number 4. What do you see there?
That's my mom whipping the car around.
Who do you see walking past that car?
That's Miss Child. I'm not too familiar with her.
And is that the point you went back down to the scene?
Yes,
All right. And what happened when you went back down to the scene? I think you said, I don't know what the words are, did you say parked?
yes, we parked.
Okay. All right. And after you parked, what happened? Let's talk generally about what happened now. Don't tell me what other people said, but just tell me what you did.
We parked. My mom hopped out. I hopped out the car, and we went down to the scene.
Okay. What did you observe with your eyes?
Mr. Child was sitting over Cyrus, Yeah, he wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting there.
And did you interact with, what was the scene like? What was the scene like when you were out there?
My mom made it down there before me. When I was walking down, was another young lady. We kind of just walked down at the same time.
What was Cyrus doing?
Cyrus was laying there.
What was Defendant Rick Chow doing?
He was just sitting there, just looking at him.
What, if anything, was the son doing? And Joe?
He was standing off. He didn't move after the incident happened. He was still.
Did you observe anything around the scene?
There was a gun by a tree over there. Cyrus didn't have his book bag. And there's Mr. Chow and Cyrus over there. Yeah.
And do you know who that gun belonged to?
No.
Did you see a gun in Cyrus's hand at any point in time?
No.
Court Stokes.
Yes, sir.
Now, a couple more questions. Could you tell any type of just the sizes of the people who were involved in this entire incident that we're talking about?
Sure.
Okay, tell us what you could observe.
Andy is much taller than his father. Cyrus is much shorter than Andy. I don't. Yeah.
Now, you've I don't want to make this personal, so I'll try to ask this as gingerly as I can. How old Cyrus look?
I thought Cyrus was like 16. Yep. I thought he was 16.
Look like a grown man?
No, he looked like a child.
All questions at this time.
Yeah, slide 27. One you have, it's a, I think it's still still, but it's the child's going across the front. 72. Let me show you what's the state without this 72. So that's your automobile that you were in?
Yes.
Where were you in that automobile?
I'm in the back seat. It would be on the passenger side.
Passenger side?
Yes.
So that would be to the left side.
Well, the right side is the passenger side.
Okay. So, okay. So are you on the left side?
I'm in the back seat on the right side.
And this photograph states Exhibit 72. Is that pretty much the way the thing looked? Right?
Yes.
And it was that dark? It was 8 o'clock at night?
It was bright outside.
Bright outside. Okay. And you know the distance? Well, your automobile stopped in the parking lot, yes?
Yes, well, right, turning into the entrance.
Okay. There was a bush there on the side, and you pulled up to that bush.
Yes.
And you saw these 3 people run past.
Yes.
And nobody had a gun.
No.
You heard no yelling, no cursing.
No.
You just saw 3 people run past.
Yes.
And you said that you saw the first person who you described as called Cyrus. You described that he appeared to be pulling up his pants.
Holding his pants.
Could he have been holding a pistol in his waistband?
No.
How do you know?
You seen the pants in his hand.
Well, didn't he have a long hoodie on, red hoodie?
He had a hoodie on. He's still holding your pants. You can still see him holding his pants.
Did you know he had a pistol?
No.
You didn't know anybody else had a pistol?
No.
And the windows in your vehicle were rolled up.
I'm sorry?
The windows in the vehicle that you were in were rolled up.
Yes, they were.
And you saw Cyrus's shoe come off?
Yes.
Did you see him throw things left and right? As
No.
he ran across the parking lot?
No.
Didn't see him throw cell phones?
No.
See him throw the backpack down the road.
He didn't throw the backpack. He tripped and fell. When he got back up, the backpack wasn't on him anymore.
Had it been on his shoulders?
He was on the shoulder.
And now, the distance from where your vehicle was, and your vehicle stayed in the same stationary position, same spot, until after he fell down. Is that correct?
Yes,
And fell down and didn't get up.
correct.
And would it surprise you to know that that's 130 yards?
Okay.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't quarrel with that number, would you?
I wouldn't know the distance if I seen it.
So it's longer than a football field. So if you're standing at one end of a football field, it's even further than that.
I can see down a football field.
But as you described and exhibited here, these people that were 130 yards away, Mr. Chow had his back to you, as did, you couldn't see Mr. Belton, you couldn't see what he had in his hands, could you?
I seen what Cyrus had in his hands when he ran across
Right,
our
you know what he
car.
had in his hands, that's not my question.
When he got back up from tripping, his hands were, he was like crawling when he crawled. So his hands were on the ground.
All right, but when he started to get up, and you said, I think in your, you and your mother made a 911 call, didn't you?
Yes.
You remember telling the dispatcher he might have got shot, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was a lot going on. I was processing my emotions.
You remember telling the dispatcher that you believed he might have stolen something.
That's what was being said.
You told the dispatcher, I don't know who shot him.
I did say I don't know who shot him.
You, so you also testified a few moments ago that, let's see, that you saw him trip multiple times
Correct. He tripped twice.
and crawl to where he passed.
Correct.
You did not include that detail in your 911 call.
I didn't.
Do you remember talking to officers, Officer Carter, I believe? Or deputy, I believe it's English or Carter. Do you remember speaking to officers at the scene?
Yes.
You didn't include that detail. You never told either one of them that you saw this gun, that you saw him shot and crawl to where he died. You didn't include that in your explanation to them of what you just seen. And this was something that was moments before.
Yes, I did.
Well, you think you did?
I know I did.
Well, I'll be happy for you to find it in this transcript, but if you think you did, I think you did.
I think I did. Yeah, I know I did.
When you went to the sheriff's department on July the 25th, 2023, did you tell that tale to that investigator as well?
I was asked as far as vantage point. I wasn't asked what happened.
In fact, nobody asked you any questions about what happened.
No, they wanted to know vantage point, where I was.
They wanted you to draw a diagram, didn't they?
Yes.
Go ahead. So, they asked you to draw a diagram?
Yes.
Did they question you about anything about what you saw?
No.
Did they question you about how far away you were?
They asked where I was and to draw the vantage point of what I seen.
And you didn't volunteer anything like you testified to today?
No.
So before I sit down, let me get one more clarification here. When you saw these three people run past your vehicle, did you know that the third person in line, the person following the tall younger man, was Mr. Chow?
Yes.
You knew him to be the store owner?
Yes.
But in the 911 call, you recall saying, I don't know who shot him.
Yes, I said that. I was processing. I didn't want to be involved. When my mom stopped the vehicle, I told her to keep going because I did not want to be involved. My mom called 911 and she handed me the phone.
Okay.
My mom is being hysterical in the back, and I have to be calm and process what I see. I did not want to be involved. That's the reason why I said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because I didn't want to be involved.
But in the 911 call, I'm saying you didn't tell the police that you saw Mr. Chow shoot anybody.
I didn't want to be involved. I was made to be involved.
Thank you.
Anything on brief, Peter? Yes, sir. There's a set of questions about the statement that you gave. Didn't you that you gave a statement to the police, a written statement on the 28th
Yes.
of May 2023?
Yes, they called me back. I went home and they called me back to make the statement.
That's fine. I might have this one for ID purposes only. Yeah. Of course, no, son. Just make sure we get it right. 82. 82. Now, you asked a series of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 82 for ID purposes only. Take a look at that and tell us if you recognize that document. Recognize the document?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
It's handwriting. I believe it was the officer that I was speaking with, but that's my signature at the bottom.
That's your signature at the bottom? So this is what you told the officer, what the officer wrote down in your signature.
Yes.
And in this statement, it says, you're making this statement free, I can't read today. I make this statement of my own free will in the court without reward or intimidation. All of the above is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Do you see that written on that document?
Yes.
Okay. So then at 2123, military time, so I'll do my math. I can't do math. 923?
Yes.
On 5/28/23, you gave a statement to them?
Yes.
All right, the question, did you see a kid with a gun? Answer, no. When he was running, he was holding his pants up. Is that what that says? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any weapons on the ground? Answer is yes, a gun by the tree. Did you see how the gun got there? Answer, no. You remember saying those things?
Yes.
Did you hear the owner say anything about the kid? Answer is no. Did you hear anyone say anything about being shot? Answer is no. Do you remember saying those things?
Yes.
And you remember in this, you're saying that you heard a pop.
Yes.
You saw the kid fall down.
Yes.
You called 911.
Yes.
You parked the car and you walked and the owner was shaking him, trying to wake him up.
Yes.
You remember saying that?
Yes.
You said that you saw people run out of the store.
Yes.
The kid, the store owner.
Yes.
The owner and his wife.
His wife came after Mr. Chow.
And that you followed on Spring Tree. And the son in the corner, and the son and the owner had the kid boxed in.
Yes.
The kid fell down and they were on arm's reach of him. And
Yes.
that's when I heard the pop. You said that?
Yes, I did.
And you said that on May 28, 2023, correct?
Yes.
At 9:23 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And that was about an hour and some change after this incident took place, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's just like 21. Please, State's Exhibit number 4. And while we're doing that, there's this question about 130 yards. Did you measure?
I didn't measure.
Do you know if the 130 yards is from the front door of the store or from the tip of the property when it goes off of their property onto the public road with Spring Tree?
I don't know where they were.
But did you have a clear vantage point?
I seen it all.
All right, so please play that, please.
It seemed like it jumped, but it wasn't finished. Like that's weird. Let me show us how gas station owner. Okay, let's see what this one is. Oh, it's the same one, I think. It's the same one. Hold on.
Clicking away glasses, hard to see. Is it light or dark outside?
It's light.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of what the weather conditions were like at 8 02 or so on May 28th, 2023?
Yes,
It was not dark.
it was not dark. It was dark at 9:22.
Now, you said in your direct, you saw the child pointing at Cyrus.
Yes,
Cyrus was on his knees, getting up on the ground.
yes,
And not too long after that, you realized that he'd been shot.
yes,
And he passed away out there.
yes, he did.
Do you know who shot him?
Mr. Child shot him.
Some
Thank you, Your Honor. So I noticed in this statement that you gave, you say, I pulled into the store with my mom and I saw 4 people run out of the store. 4 people. The kid, the son of the store owner, the owner, and his wife.
Yes, she picks the shoe up.
But you say here that you saw 4 people run out of the store.
Yeah, so Cyrus, then his son, and Mr. Child. And a few seconds after that was his wife.
You didn't say that. You didn't know that these videos existed when you gave this statement.
Yes, I did. There's cameras all around that store.
I'm sorry?
There's cameras all around that store.
So you knew that there was going to be a video that would accurately reflect what really happened, not what you.
I didn't know this was going to take place at all.
And then you say in the statement, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him. And that's when I heard a pop. Right?
Yes.
You didn't say that you saw the pop.
Can't you see a pop?
Well, you didn't say you saw a gun. You said the boy got up and tried to run and he fell back down. You never said you saw Mr. Child shoot this young man. You never said you could see the young boy's hands and that he didn't have a gun because you couldn't see him.
That wasn't asked at that time. You see the question on that document. It wasn't asked.
Well, but you were there to make sure that you tell the story.
I was answering the questions I was asked.
I see. Well, nobody was in a hurry to finish, were they?
There was a lot going on. I was in a hurry to leave because I didn't want to be involved. My daughter was there. My niece was there. My mom was hysterical. It was a lot going on.
And there's nothing in here about this young man crawling to die.
I stated that he got back up when he passed away. After the second time he fell, that's when he crawled over to his passing point.
Well, man, what you said is if you need the statement, I can provide it to you. You want to read along?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Well, I want to make sure that this is a fair opportunity to see about midway on that first page under A, colon, the sentence that begins with owner. You say in the next sentence, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him. And that's when I heard the pop. The boy got back up and tried to run and he fell back down.
Yes.
No crawling.
He tried to run.
No, Mr. Child
And he
shot
fell
him.
back down. I wasn't asked that.
Okay.
They asked me what I seen.
And on the second page, you were asked, you say you saw a gun by the tree.
Yes.
And the tree you're referring to would have been within a couple of feet or a foot of where the young man died.
It wasn't a foot. It was closer to the road, but that's where the gun was found.
And you were asked, did you see how the gun got there? And your answer was?
No.
Thank you.
All right. All done? Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Carter, you can step down. Thanks for being here. Sorry, son, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
But, unfortunately, the protest, that's kind of their only option. They kind of try to make their voice heard. Now, in this case, I don't know.
That's weird. I hate the way this stuff. That's why I don't like to do clips because it be cutting out and I don't be. Okay, we're going to skip this. Well, let's see. Let's see, y'all. Hold on. What did I want to do next? All right. We'll do this commentary that this lawyer did when he talked about the case and why Mr. Child probably got off. She said she didn't want to be involved, but she. So okay, this right here is an interview that this young lady gave to this lawyer. He talked about the case. We're gonna listen to that. It's like 38 minutes, but it shouldn't be that long because I got to speed up. And then it looked like we might get through all this today, y'all. Because after that, there's the press conference, and then there's those little clips of the memorial. Okay. All right, so let's continue, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all hitting the like button. Y'all got any questions? Put them in the chat and we'll talk about it. So y'all, let's listen to this man right here. Let me see. Okay.
Them say not guilty.
Well, Whitney, as always, I got to call it like I see it. To say I was shocked would be an understatement. When I looked at so many factors in this case, the ones that I call the intangibles, when you have this defendant who they're trying to portray as this humble shop owner, yet he's surrounded by three of the most expensive, well-known defense attorneys in the state. I didn't think that was a good look for him. I thought that made him look unsympathetic. I thought that made him look like the jury's thinking, man, maybe they've got a strong case against him that needs all these lawyers. I didn't like from the defense standpoint, the dynamic that the person that was shot and killed was a teenager and actually had not committed any crime. It wasn't on the premise. I think, going into it, that although they had a job to do and they were doing a very great job with this defense, that the deck was stacked against them. So again, I was shocked to say the least.
And we're seeing that echo across social media, where there are a lot of community members who were shocked by the outcome of this as well. So that leads me to my next question. Where do you think things possibly broke down for the prosecution in presenting this case?
Well, I will say this as a caveat that, I do a lot of commentary on legal cases, and it's always difficult to critique the lawyers that just out of respect and courtesy. I know all these prosecutors. I've tried cases with them. I've worked with them. I know the defense attorneys. I know the judge. So, however, you kind of have to, be straight on something like this, and yes, it's money more than quarterbacking. But, from opening statements, one of the vast contrasts that I saw between the prosecution and the defense, where I believe the prosecutors dropped the ball, is they didn't really do much to humanize the victim in the case. And I remember listening to both opening statements. And while the prosecutor, the solicitor did mention he was...
You know what? He's right. Why didn't anybody testify from his family, y'all? They can't testify to what had happened that day. But y'all know normally how when we watch cases, and they'll have the family members up there testifying about the person. Y'all get what I'm saying? Why didn't he have his mom or somebody? Okay, so this is a good one. Y'all remember how the white lady, the teacher that we just finished watching, the teacher who sued the principal? Y'all remember how they had her mama up on the stand talking about when she was a child and when she was born and how she went to school? And why didn't they have his mama or somebody to come up there and y'all do know that there's this content creator that I listen to, and I didn't want to actually think about it, but that content creator said it may look like that prosecution put that case on, but he was like, in actuality, he did. And I was like, what that mean? He put the case on, but in actuality, he did. So basically what he was saying was, it may appear like they, zealously prosecuted the case from, the outside looking in. But in all actuality, they didn't. Just think about that while we listen to this right here. But I ain't even think about that, y'all. I'm like, they did not humanize him. Not for real, because by humanizing him, you would have you could have put the mom up there, the dad up there. Yeah, you could put the granny up there. You know what I'm saying, Miss B? But let's listen. This man makes sense. Let's listen. Y'all, let's listen.
14 years old. That was kind of it. Had I been prosecuting that case, the prosecutors dropped the ball, is they didn't really do much to humanize the victim in the case. And I remember listening to both opening statements. And while the prosecutor, the solicitor did mention he was 14 years old, that was kind of it. Had I been prosecuting that case, I would have talked about not only his age, but where he went to school, what he liked to do for fun, what video games he liked. I would have wanted to bring him to life.
That's at the beginning, Ms. Lynn. I'm not sure if they did, Ms. Lynn. I haven't heard anything about it. Didn't even have a photo of Cyrus. Right. I mean, we saw plenty of them on the tapes and stuff, but yeah.
Jurors could have some image of this young man, this life in their mind, and they just didn't do that. Another something I would have done differently if I was a prosecutor, and I don't think that they really leaned into the fact that this team was hunted. You know, they talked about him being chased out of the store about a bottle of water. That was kind of their big thing. They kind of hung everything on that, all about a bottle of water. This team was hunted. I mean, 130 yards. And I remember when in opening statements, when they talked about that, one thing I thought was great was he described that it was that 130 yards would be the equivalent of a football field, goalpost to goalpost. And I've given that opening statement, I would have had that picture up there. I would have had a visual picture of a football field from goalpost to goalpost so the jury could see how far they hunted. These two grown men hunted this 14-year-old. And I would have used that word. I wouldn't have said chase. I would have said hunted. That's how I would have really portrayed this. And which I think is accurate, quite frankly. Now, on the flip side, the defense, in their opening statement, they talked about the defendant's credentials and how he came to America and how he built his business and his family. They gave the jury all this information that humanized this person. So, I mean, big difference. I think that made a big difference in the jury's mind because they can identify with one side more than the other. And, you know, something else that I would have done different when it came to the issue of whether or not the young man actually had the gun or pointed the gun, I would have used a strategy that I call legal judo. You know, judo was a martial art where you use your opponent's weight and strength against him. And, you know, the defense was always, you know, he pointed the gun, he had the gun, he pulled the gun out. And, you know, the prosecutors, I think for the most part, they tried to argue that he didn't. I would have taken a different position. I would have said, yeah, he did pull a gun out. You know why? Because these two grown men were hunting him and he couldn't get away from them. And he was justified in doing so and kind of taking away that argument. And I think most people could understand, well, yeah, you know, you got these two grown men chasing him. He's trying to get away. He's falling down. They won't let up. He didn't do anything wrong. He's seeing what's happening to people. Hey, I would have pulled the gun out too.
Unless I missed it. And unless I ain't seen that clip, I ain't seen that about no gun. Where is the gun? Have y'all heard anything but other than the fact that these witnesses say they didn't see no gun? Where is the gun, y'all? Where is the gun? Did I miss it again? About them testifying about a gun? Because if they kill him and they called 911, the police came out, where is the gun? If the prosecution was trying to look the man up, his previous cases would have been presented. No, they couldn't do that, Ms. B. From what I know about the law, your prior bad acts, now it's some circumstances where they get prior bad acts in, but typically prior bad acts are not allowed to be presented. The only way that they could have presented the evidence of the prior times that he shot at people is if he had taken the stand. That's why most defendants don't take the stand, Ms. B. Most defendants don't take the stand because the defendant's prior bad acts are not admissible, right? But if they take the stand, the prosecution is able to present the prior bad acts. You get what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of people that's on trial, especially if they got a criminal past, they don't take the stand. Watching too much Perry Mason. I get it. I watched him too. I love Perry Mason. Truth, I didn't hear it all the time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, where is the? I can't, y'all. Yeah, it opens the door. I can't. Where is the gun, y'all? Where's the gun?
Than myself. So I would have leaned into that a lot more if I was the prosecutor instead of trying to argue it didn't happen. So, but those are some of the things that kind of stuck up in my mind as being significant in this case.
And speaking of the way you would have approached the situation about the gun, we actually heard from the family's attorney, Cyrus's family's attorney, who said something very similar, saying everybody kept asking, why does a 14-year-old need a gun? And he said, this case is an example of why a 14-year-old needs a gun, because he was hunted down by two grown men. Now, one of the biggest conversations that I am seeing happening on social media is the question of why did the state choose to charge him with murder instead of manslaughter?
Well, the elements. This case really was not a manslaughter case. Manslaughter requires some type of legal provocation. And there was no provocation. There was no heat of passion in this case. This was a murder. I agree with that decision. So based on the elements of murder and manslaughter, and had I prosecuted this case, I would have indicted him and charged with murder as well.
What is the burden of proof? What does the state need to prove in a murder case? And do you think the state met that burden of proof?
In every criminal case, whether it's a traffic ticket, a DUI, a possession of marijuana, a murder, a death penalty case, the burden of proof on the state is always beyond all reasonable doubt, which in South Carolina is defined as the kind of doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. So again, from the standpoint as to whether or not they met their case from a technical standpoint, I see from a factual and legal standpoint that they met their burden. However, I think they're, what I describe are intangibles in the case. The intangibles are things that I described about the manner in which the case was presented, some of the strategies that were used that would impact jurors. I think the intangibles are where the prosecutors lost in this case.
And speaking of, we talked about Monday morning quarterbacking when it comes to the prosecution. Is there anything on the defense side that you're like, I would have done better, even though they did get their not guilty verdict? Or do you think that there was something that they did that really helped push them to get that not guilty verdict, something that they excelled in?
Well, I got to say this, as much as I respect the lawyers, I was surprised that they didn't put up more. And when I say that, again, like I said a minute ago, I mean, I've tried murder cases that were substantially more complicated, that had more witnesses, experts, more forensic evidence, more fact witnesses, more defense witnesses, more complex legal issues by myself. Okay. So when I see this case with these 3 attorneys, I mean, this case did not need 3 lawyers. So when I saw this many lawyers, I'm thinking, okay, they're going to have some experts, maybe some custom, exhibits or animations showing what happened, some technical complex, BMW defense. And they didn't. I mean, they did what they had to do. I mean, but they called 3 witnesses, an officer, an EMS worker, and the defendant's son. And I was just shocked. I was absolutely shocked there wasn't more. So obviously they made the right decision. But, I was just surprised that they didn't put up a greater number of witnesses and put what I thought was going to be this, this Cadillac of defenses based on the team of lawyers that he had.
Let me ask you this. I personally want to know, how do you decide if you're the...
This man is saying, because now that I'm glad we watched this after, I'm glad I decided to watch this after looking at those witnesses and looking at all, all the testimony and stuff, y'all. What this man is saying is making sense about this prosecution. I'm saying, like, what he's saying is making sense to me. Right, Ms. B, where is it? But what he's saying about this case being prosecuted and how they did it is making sense to me. I'm trying not to keep stopping it because I want to get through all this stuff today, but it's making sense.
Defendant, how many lawyers you're going to have on your team. Like, we know how it works for the state, but sometimes we see defendants with 1 lawyer, 2 lawyers, 3 lawyers. Whose decision is that, and how is that team built?
Well, I mean, generally it's going to be the client based on his budget most of the time, because I mean, the reality is all these lawyers have to get paid. So you can want all the lawyers you want, but you kind of got to be able to afford them and pay them. Now, it's not uncommon for lawyers to bring in a second attorney or a third attorney to help with a complex case and to kind of divide the case up. If you have a case that's a lot of witnesses and a lot of issues and very complex, I didn't see this type of case. And I know he had the defendant had some very good lawyers in the beginning, the Sheelys, and for some reason, after he lost a stand your ground hearing, the Sheelys are no longer on the case, and he hired Jack and Joe and Sean, and again, all great lawyers, all individually, great lead counsel in their own right. So, but I cannot say what purpose or what he was thinking about bringing in such a big team on the facts of this case.
Yeah, that was definitely a very large team. When you look back at the trial, were there any moments that really stood out to you, whether for the defense or for the prosecution?
No, I mean, there really were not. I mean, and that's something I was looking for. I was looking for, that moment, that blockbuster, that bombshell moment that normally helps define a trial. Because I think, if I'm trying a case, whether I'm prosecuting a case, I used to be a prosecutor, which has been a long time ago, like another life. But if I'm defending a case or litigating a personal injury case, I'm always looking for something. I'm always looking to create that defining moment, that bombshell, that blockbuster that's going to stick in the jury's mind. That's really going to be something that, makes a difference. And I just didn't see it in that case. I kept looking for it. I kept waiting for it. I just did not see it in that case.
I want to talk about the high profile nature of this case. I mean, this is one of the most high profile, most talked about cases that we've seen locally outside of Murdaugh in a very long time. Do you think that the publicity, the attention that this case received played any role in the outcome of the verdict, or does it put any extra pressure on the defense or prosecution?
Well, I will tell you based on personal experience, I have I've defended a number of high-profile criminal cases across the state that receive media attention across the country. I will tell you, the answer to your second question is yes. It definitely puts more pressure on everyone because you're under a microscope. Everyone is watching. And, you know, and it's already stressful enough when you have the weight of defending someone's liberty on your shoulders. But when you have all the cameras in the courtroom and this extra pressure, there's no doubt about it, it adds more pressure to everyone involved, even including the judge. So with respect to whether or not, in my experience, it affects the outcome, the answer is no, because I've gotten mixed results. You know, I've defended cases, murder cases that I thought was going my way. I thought was going great. I'm going to win, and I get a guilty verdict in less than an hour. I've defended cases, violent crimes, homicides, where I kind of felt like the lamb going to the slaughter, and they're high-profile cases, and gotten not guilty verdicts in shorter time periods. So it's been my experience across the board in multiple counties around the state that the media publicity really does not affect the jury decision in these cases.
I want to talk about prosecution's next steps, if there are any. Another big thing that I am seeing people talk about on social media is, outside of the fact that they were wondering, okay, why wasn't he charged with manslaughter? The question is, can he be charged, Rick Chow, with any other criminal charges moving forward?
Well, in state court, it's game over. It is double jeopardy. You know, once someone's prosecuted in the state court and there's a decision, a not guilty verdict, they cannot be retried again. They can't go back and add another charge. Prosecutors try to do that. They'll say, okay, well, we charge him with murder. We didn't charge him with kidnapping. We can go back and indict him for kidnapping. But that's a different crime. No, same set of facts. Any offense that's related to that set of facts, they cannot prosecute him for again. It is double jeopardy. Now, it is certainly possible, I can't say with any degree of certainty, that they could investigate the possibility of federal charges. I'm going to remind everyone of the case of Michael Slagle, the cop that shot the black man in Charleston, shot him in the back running. Some similarities there.
That's another thing that people are talking about, whether or not the Fed's going to pick it up. I see one content creator that's supposed to be a lawyer. I don't know, you know, these people. After Cheyenne Bryant, honey, you can't trust what these people say about being lawyers and doctors and stuff, because you just don't know. With allegedly this particular content creator is supposed to be a lawyer. Actually, no, it was this lady. I'm lying. It was this lady right here. She did a short. And I guess they finna talk about it now. She did a short saying it was most likely not that the feds will pick it up. Like, she was saying that this guy said most likely the feds won't pick it up. But let's listen.
And a Charleston jury found him not guilty. He was later prosecuted in federal. I'm going to remind everyone of the case of Michael Slagle, the cop that shot the black man in Charleston, shot him in the back running. Some similarities there. And a Charleston jury found him not guilty. He was later prosecuted in federal court for civil rights violations. However, the distinction is in that case, he was an officer acting under the color of authority. This defendant was not. So the question would be whether or not there might be an appropriate federal civil rights type violation charge that they could charge him with as an individual. But I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I mean, Don Lemon, he got indicted for conspiring to violate a church's civil rights in a protest. So I do believe if they were so inclined, they could find an appropriate federal criminal charge or statute to indict Mr. Chow. Now, whether or not they're so inclined, I think is unlikely based on the current administration.
And speaking of the current administration, what does the prosecution do next after a loss like this? Do they go back and restudy the case and maybe see where they could have done better? What happens after a loss like this? Or do they go ahead and move on to the next trial?
Well, I mean, they kind of have to move on. There are so many murders pending in Richland County and every county. They kind of have to move on. I like to dissect cases and revisit what we could have done differently. That's what I would do in this case, because, I mean, you know, the murder cases are some of the most important cases in that office. So you want to get your best results on those cases, your violent crimes, your murders. And so I think they would be wise to dissect it. And I would say dissect it with non-lawyers, because I believe that oftentimes when attorneys, myself included, are trying to evaluate cases, we're looking at it from a lawyer's perspective. And I think we have to keep in mind at all times that the people we have to convince are not lawyers.
Yeah.
They're jurors, they're laypersons. So understanding and doing some dissecting with laypersons regarding the factors in the case that were significant, the factors that would have made a difference. I've done that plenty of times pre-trial. I mean, you know, they're called focus groups. I'm sure everyone's heard of focus groups, where you get a group of people together, a good cross-section of people that might have the same dynamic as a jury, and you kind of, you know, present the facts and evidence of your case and the other side's case, and talk about, you know, how the jury might, how that group might decide, how they might vote, and look at why. And it's been my experience in every single focus group that jurors just pick up on things that we lawyers don't think are significant. They will put weight on things that we think are red herrings or don't have any value or any merit. They will fixate and hold on to these things and make decisions based on those factors that we lawyers don't think about, because oftentimes we are so caught up in our heads with the law, with our legal strategy, with our defense, we're forgetting things that they're thinking significant. I would definitely do that in this case.
And I want to talk, now that we know about what could potentially happen on a federal level, let's talk about a civil lawsuit. So we've all learned last night that Cyrus's family attorney, Todd Rutherford, said they will be pursuing a civil lawsuit against Rick Chow. What does that process look like?
Well, it involves filing a lawsuit, of course, against him. I would also say his son. I would sue his son as well, and potentially even the wife that was involved in the initial accusations. And you know, the standard of proof in a civil lawsuit is much lower. It's simply a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not. I think the big case that everyone can understand is the O.J. Simpson case, where he was found not guilty of murdering his wife and Ron Goldman, but he was later found liable in a civil suit. So it's the same thing, that the standard of proof is lower. And one of the second things that's important in a civil lawsuit is you have the right to engage in discovery, which you do not have in a criminal trial. And when I say that, when there's a criminal trial, a criminal case, there are things that the prosecutors must give to the defense and the defense must give to the prosecutors, but you don't have the right to make specific requests for documentation. You don't have that full extensive right of discovery, and you also don't have the right to take depositions. And in this case, you know, something I deal with all the time because I handle civil cases, when there's a criminal case is, you know, the defendant you're suing in the criminal case, in the civil case, if the criminal case is pending, he can still assert the fifth and kind of refuse to cooperate. Well, now that the case is over and there's no chance of him being prosecuted, Chow can't take the fifth. They can take his deposition. They can subpoena records. They can, you know, really just, you know, go down the rabbit hole of anything regarding his life. They can actually bring in, and I think something that was important in this case is it was very smart that they didn't put him on the witness stand. Because, you know, we know that there are at least 2 prior incidents where this defendant fired his weapon at shoplifters. But because he didn't testify, that evidence was not allowed in, which is a major coup for the defense. Because I think that would have really,
I hear that. He's talking about what I told Ms. B about how the only way they can bring in those prior 2 other shootings if he took the stand, if he had taken the stand. It's the only way they could have talked about it. Other than that, no. It's just like it never happened.
2 prior incidents where this defendant fired his weapon at shoplifters. But because he didn't testify, that evidence was not allowed in, which is a major coup for the defense. Because I think that would have really made a difference in the outcome, because they could have portrayed him as this hair trigger guy that's, you know, that's what he does. He sees a shoplifter, he gets mad, he goes after him with his gun. But in a civil case, all that can come in. They can ask him about that. They can explore that. They can call those individuals as witnesses.
Y'all see the difference? Y'all see the difference between the civil? That's why a lot of people win civil cases. Okay, so that explains, like, with the teacher and the principal, going back to the teacher and the principal. Y'all saw where the judge threw out the criminal case against the principal when that teacher was shot. Remember, the judge threw out the criminal side, so the principal did not face. Well, she faced criminal charges, but she wasn't found guilty, you know, for those criminal charges because the judge threw it out. But she won the civil case, which was 6 months before the criminal, because the two have nothing to do with each other, for real. Because in a civil trial, I'm going to let him say it again. Y'all listen to his words when it comes to the civil trial. The evidence don't have to be so great. The evidence don't have to be so great. And a defendant don't have to be found guilty in criminal court in order for them not to be sued. Like, they can be found not guilty on the criminal side, but still get sued civilly and win. Yeah, it's crazy to me, but that's how it goes.
Would have really made a difference in the outcome, because they could have portrayed him as this hair trigger guy that's you know, that's what he does. He sees a shoplifter, he gets mad, he goes after him with his gun. But in a civil case, all that can come in. They can ask him about that. They can explore that. In
the civil case, they're gonna bring up them 2 other shootings, y'all. In the civil case, they're gonna bring up them two other shootings.
Can call those individuals as witnesses. They can, so I believe the civil case is going to be a much better case and have a much better result and outcome than the criminal case.
What does the timeline look for that civil lawsuit? Is it a situation like for this criminal case, we waited 3 years. Does it take that long for a civil lawsuit?
It can. It can. I would expect the lawsuit has been filed already and just not been served. If not, I would get it filed today, because there's a statute of limitations, which is 3 years. But there's no reason to wait on that. Now from there, any civil case, obviously if it gets settled, it can be settled very quickly. But if they want to take the case to trial, you're looking at a good 2 years in this county.
Not just for this case, but for any case in general, when we see people suing somebody in a civil lawsuit, how do they determine the amount of money?
A couple of different ways. The first way is based on insurance. I mean, one of the big things in civil lawsuits, which I have to tell so many prospective clients all the time, is I can sue anybody you want me to. However, you can sue somebody for $1 million, but if they don't have it, you're not going to get a dime. You're just practicing, you know? You have to kind of look at, sources of recovery. So if you have a $5 million insurance policy that's going to defend the case, like a liability policy, well, that's going to be what you're looking at. In some cases, you may look at, a person's assets, which is a much more difficult process because trying to get assets in a civil lawsuit is just a much more difficult, longer, more uncertain process. So you typically want to always look for some source of recovery. An insurance policy is typically the big thing you're looking for. So I'm certain, obviously, in this case, the convenience store had an insurance policy. He would be sued, and they would probably defend the case and cover the case. And ultimately, we're going to see how much insurance, and in litigation, they got to tell you. Again, they have to tell you how much coverage there is. Sometimes you look for umbrella policies. Umbrella means, additional policy that's going to provide additional coverage in addition to the primary policy, like an auto or a home or a business policy. People have those. And typically people with a lot of assets will have umbrella coverage to protect their assets. So I think there should be a pretty substantial insurance policy out there that will probably pay in this case.
I want to go back to something that you said earlier when you were talking about the fact that Chow had 2 previous incidents of shooting at shoplifters before this incident with Cyrus. And I was on the phone talking to my mom about it. She was like, I had no idea. Why wasn't that brought up in court?
Rule of evidence. I can guarantee you the prosecutor would have wanted to get in, and I can guarantee you the defense obviously argued against it under the rule of evidence. Under the rule of evidence, there's something called prior bad acts. And ultimately, under the rules, there are limitations on the admissibility of prior bad acts. The reason behind that rule is you don't want a juror or jury convicting somebody based on things they've done in the past as opposed to the evidence in the case. Because what will happen is people think, well, he's done this kind of stuff before, or he's a bad person, or he is that type of person. He would do something like this and make a conviction based on his character or based on his past conduct. And that's what that rule is designed to prevent. Again, I think if you look at the Murdaugh case, which you talked about, there's no doubt in my mind a big factor in that case was the evidence of the financial crimes. Because without that, case a little more questionable. But when people think that you're a cockroach or you're a criminal, you're a horrible person, they're more inclined to convict you based on that as opposed to the evidence.
I want to dig into that a little bit more. This is me.
Ms. B, I don't know what you mean by stand up in court, but listen, the mama wasn't the one prosecuting the case. The mama can't force them to put her on the stand. You get what I'm saying? Like you say, she didn't stand up for him in court. Well, I don't get that because the only way the mama could get on the stand is if the prosecution calls the prosecution calls her to the stand. Now, if you maybe saying, why didn't the mama ask the prosecution, could she testify or whatever? We don't know if that happened or not. We don't know. I don't know why this prosecution didn't call any of this young man's family members. I have no clue. I have no clue why there was nobody put on the stand other than the witnesses who didn't know Cyrus. Why people that did know Cyrus, like his mama, his daddy, and any other family member, was put on the stand. I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't do it. I don't know. But the mama can't force her way on the stand. Like, she just can't walk in the courtroom and hit the stand. I don't know if she asked to testify or no. I mean, giving statements before sentence. Listen, the mama don't run the courtroom, Ms. B. The mama don't run the courtroom. If the prosecution don't put that lady on the stand, or the judge or the prosecution don't allow her to speak before sentencing, he wasn't sentenced. He was found not guilty. The man wasn't sentenced. So what sentences was she gonna talk about? He wasn't sentenced. He was found not guilty. So the only other time she could speak is on the stand. They didn't call her. And I don't know why they didn't. Before ruling, you mean why didn't she testify? I don't know, Ms. B. I don't know. And I just thought about that when this guy brought it up. I didn't even think about that myself. Like, to be honest, I was focused on the people that did testify. So I didn't even think about the people that didn't. I'm still looking for the damn gun. I'm still looking for somebody to testify about the gun. This case to me does not make any motherfucking sense. It just don't. It don't make sense to me now that this guy has pointed it out, how the prosecution did what they did. And it don't make sense to me that even in listening to those witnesses that hit that motherfucker stand and said that the young man didn't have a gun, why them jurors found him not guilty. None of this is making sense to me. It makes me feel like a trial was just put on for play, for show. It makes me feel like this whole trial was a whole play. And I hate to say that about a trial that took place in the courtroom, but it makes me feel like the shit was a play. Like, it was just put on just because, and nobody really tried. Nobody really put in any effort. That's what it makes it seem like to me, y'all.
This is just the personal question I have. In a case like this has got to be extremely frustrating for the prosecution, because for me, I'm hearing about this. I dug more into those two incidents, and I'm like, how does that not apply? Why can that not be brought up? Because I feel like it is so relevant, just like the financial crimes for Murdaugh. It's so relevant in establishing the character or pattern of behavior.
I would tend to agree, and I can understand you're thinking that way. You could argue.
It makes no sense. Hold on. You say with Child throwing things, he possibly threw it away, but then the question would be why? Exactly. It makes no sense for Child, who claimed this young man pulled a gun, to get rid of the gun. It makes no sense. It makes no sense for him to do that if there was a gun. So you right. The question would be why? It makes no sense. If he's claiming self-defense because this young man pulled a gun, it makes no sense for him to get rid of it. I'm just trying to still figure out why we ain't seen the gun. We ain't heard no testimony about the gun or none of that. It's like it didn't exist. All it's just y'all saying he pulled the gun. But where's the fucking gun? Where is it? Where is it?
Argue it's motive. You could argue it's intent. You know, the rule does require, similarities, which I think you have in this case. However, the judge has discretion on that.
Yeah.
There's another rule that the judge has got to weigh the probative value of the evidence. That's what it says. The rule says the judge must weigh the probative value versus the risk of unfair prejudice. And that's just something that's discretionary. I think that, when it comes to admitting prior crimes or prior bad acts, oftentimes judges can be leery about that because a lot of cases come back on appeal based on the admission of that evidence. And that's something we got to kind of think about. Again, using Murdaugh, I mean, this case has to be tried all over again.
And the financial crime, it wasn't just Becky Hill, the financial crimes, they said they did too much.
They did. I mean, and I agree with that. I just thought it went on for way too long. I don't think that the prosecutors could really show the nexus between that and the murders. I mean, honestly, I don't think that theory made any sense whatsoever. And again, if you're prosecuting a murder case, you want the conviction to stick, because if you go too far, even when a judge lets you, when you go too far and you get that conviction, great. Well, in 3 years it's coming back. So now your victim's family has got to go through all this again. So that's a consideration that prosecutors have to make, but ultimately the judge makes that decision.
Speaking of judges' decisions, one of the things that I found very interesting before they did closing arguments, the defense asked if the judge would talk to each juror one by one and ask them if they saw anything on social media, if they had experienced anything that might improperly influence their ability to make a fair verdict. Because as many of you know, that Saturday and Sunday they had off and the jury was not sequestered. Were you surprised by the judge's decision to not talk to each juror to make sure that they hadn't seen or heard or talked about this case due to how high profile it is? I mean, during this trial, I have not been able to get on social media without seeing somebody talking about it, and I'm not looking for it, like, inadvertently.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that he asked, and I'm not surprised that the judge didn't comply with that request. And I want to just briefly kind of just remind everyone what the standard is for jurors. I mean, ultimately, they have to be fair and impartial. That's the only standard. So even if they saw something, I mean, as long as they say they can be fair and impartial, that they're qualified. Now, I will tell you, based on my, my personal experience, that although it's not done in most cases, individual voir dire is much more effective for getting accurate responses than asking questions in a group. And just to kind of make sure everyone understands, when judges ask jurors questions during the voir dire process in the beginning, or in a case like this, if you ask them in a group, what I found is people are less likely to stand up and volunteer information because they feel self-conscious, like the spotlight's on them, and they're a little bit leery about that. But when you separate them from the pack and talk to them in private, it's been my experience based on trials I've been involved in, that they're a lot more forthcoming about issues they have or reasons they may not want to serve on the case or feel comfortable serving, that they don't feel comfortable discussing in a group setting. And typically what I would do in situations to try to alleviate that is, if I had questions I wanted to ask to the panel, I would ask the judge to ask the jury just to raise their hand. They had a positive response.
Okay.
And then ask them to come up to the bench one by one. So the only people they were talking to were the judge and the lawyers, and they're more comfortable discussing whatever personal issues that they felt were relevant to their service. I found that to be much more effective than just asking the panel, because no one wants to stand up and say, I can't be fair and impartial because I served time in prison for 20 years for something. But I'm not surprised that the judge did not comply with that request.
One of the things, too, that the judge talked about after denying that motion was the fact that he had even been receiving emails related to this case that he said he's now turning over to SLED. Defense Attorney Joe McCullough said they've been getting a lot of negative flack on social media. Is that par for the course in trying a high-profile case? Is the feedback that you get if people disagree with the outcome or disagree with you representing somebody? I'm especially seeing a lot of social media pushback for his attorney, Sean Kent.
Well, that's the cost of doing business. I mean, I think you kind of, you want all that love on social media when you put your stuff out there. Well, you're going to get people that don't love you. And you kind of got to deal with that. That's just, if you don't like social media responses, don't put yourself out there like that, because you're going to get that. And not just, everybody gets that. I mean, celebrities, professional athletes, any public figure will tell you that, for the 10 million likes and positive comments they get 10 million people that hate them, that think they're horrible and losers and should die.
Yeah.
And so I just think, that's just kind of, again, that's the cost of doing business. You put yourself out there on social media, that's something you got to be prepared to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very interesting. And just even locally, were you surprised when you heard about the protest? There were protests last night at the gas station.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I hope it doesn't get worse. I would not be surprised if that business is shut down fairly soon.
Yeah. So there are protests with a lot of people saying that they are unhappy with the verdict. You're going to have people who agree with the verdict and don't agree with the verdict, no matter what trial that you have. And there are people who, though this is a very polarizing trial, is there anything that the community can do if they didn't like what they saw, or is this just how the justice system works? This is just how it plays out.
This is how it plays out. I mean, and we're not surprised at their protests, because there's a reason, because the same pattern is that the black community is seen as the unarmed, black man or black teen or black person, or in this case he was armed, just so we're clear, but shot in the back, and either A, the decision is no criminal charges are being filed, or B, the person who's brought the trial and we get a not guilty verdict. And that's why you're getting protests. Because it happens all the time in the community, and that's the community's right to protest, to try to bring attention to it. But unfortunately, the protests, that's kind of their only option. They kind of try to make their voice heard. Now, in this case, I don't know, how it can really change anything, because the case went to trial. The case got prosecuted aggressively, and I can Monday morning quarterback how the case was prosecuted. But there's no doubt in my mind that the prosecutors gave attention to this case. They put good, experienced prosecutors on this case. They litigated the case zealously, and they did not get a good result. And they can't do more than that.
Yeah. Is there anything about this trial? Because one of the things is we've all been learning as we've been watching. At least, like I said, for myself and my friends and family, we've been learning so much as we've watched this trial, as we've watched the Murdaugh trial. Is there any type of misconception that's out there legally that you hope these recent trials that so many people have been paying attention to? I mean, not just, I even think about it, nationally, people are paying closer attention to trials across the country. Is there anything legally you hope the community is able to learn or glean from watching these trials?
I think the biggest thing is the unpredictability of verdicts and outcomes. I mean, I've tried a lot of cases over the years, and there's just so many cases that I was certain that I was going to lose and won, and cases I thought were slam dunks, and got my teeth kicked in by a jury. And that's just that's why cases go to trial. And that is an unfortunate reality. And part of that means accepting that there are going to be results and verdicts that we personally disagree with. And hey, you could try that same case next month with 12 different people and get a different outcome.
How, and we'll end with this, talking about the jury. We don't know who was on the jury. We don't know the makeup of the jury. Can you speak to the weight of
See, I would love to know the makeup of the jury too as well, because the makeup of the jury, although people try to say it doesn't matter. If it didn't matter, then people wouldn't be talking about it, or they wouldn't have a jury pool, jury selection, questioning the jury. See, because the law is you're supposed to have a jury of your peers. I'm very curious as to the makeup of the jury, because guess what? The case we're gonna start talking about tomorrow, the Carmelo Anthony case, the makeup of his jury, where he's a young black man, and I say man, but to me he's a child. His jury is all white, and it's supposed to be the makeup of the jury is supposed to be a jury of your peers. Now, we'll get in more tomorrow about what peers mean, jury of your peers, because I saw where somebody tried to explain that. Well, I think it was Trey who tried to say you don't have to, just because he's black, everybody, all the jurors don't have to be black. Well, I mean, he's black. So if it's a jury of your peers, make it make sense. But all the jurors on that young man's in the young man's trial is white. I don't know how old they are. I don't know about is it most men or more women? Is it more women or more men? I don't know, but I do know all of them are white. I'm pretty sure too, Luke. Luke, if you go, is my content public? If you go back in down my timeline, Luke, I did content on that case when it first happened, and talked about those twins, and talked about I did content on it back when it first happened. That's why it's so very important that I'm so very happy that I'm able to cover this trial, because we know a whole lot about what allegedly supposedly went on back then. But yeah, I think they were bullies. I think those twins were bullies, and God rest the soul of the one that passed. But yeah, I think they were bullies. But we're gonna get into that one tomorrow, Luke, if you want to come back tomorrow and engage in that conversation. Because yeah, we're doing good on time. I needed to be out here by 3, but I'm gonna let this play out, and I'm also let the press conference play out. Because I want to finish up with this one today. I don't want to just leave it lingering. So yeah, let's listen.
Of what it means to pick, I hate to say the word right jury, but the importance of jury selection, because it can literally make or break the case. Like you said, this could be tried in front of 12 different people, the same exact case, the same way, and it could have potentially got a different outcome.
Yeah, but I think we try to pick the right jury based on the information we have. Mm-hmm. But again, based on my personal experiences, I mean, I've had jurors that I wanted on my jury that I thought were going to be with me the whole time, and not so in the end. Mm-hmm. In the other case, I've had cases where there are people I did not want on my jury, people that didn't like me. That I had one jury actually get aggressive with me doing voir dire on a case, and ultimately that jury got sat and gave me a favorable outcome, and told me later he was one of the main people that was championing my cause. So it's just, I mean, we do the best we can when it comes to picking a jury, but there are just so many things, so many personal experiences that jurors have from an individual standpoint that affect how they perceive facts and what's important to them, that we're never going to know all that. And it's just, I hate to use the word crapshoot, but sometimes it's just a crapshoot.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad that you spoke to that. Like you just don't know what the jurors have been through, because when I think again about the community reaction that we have been seeing, the biggest question is how could, for the people who are upset, how could the jurors vote not guilty? And then you'll hear people in another trial and say, how could they vote guilty, right? And so I think that is such a good perspective to bring in, is you just don't know these jurors' life stories and how they perceived everything that has happened.
And I think another thing that's important to keep in mind too, unless you're in the courtroom every day, if you're watching from home.
Where did you get that from, Miss? Where did you get that from, Miss B? You talking about the jury on this case? Impossible. You said the jury, so they released what the jury was like on this case. You said 3 black men, 2 black women, and 3 white women? Really? Where did you get that from? And what case are you talking about? Google? I don't think Google knows. I don't even think that was released. But I'll check it out. Thank you for that, Ms. B.
Or reading the news or the paper, you're kind of seeing snippets. You're not there every day hearing the testimony of all the witnesses and hearing how they respond to questions on cross-examination and judging their demeanor. I mean, that's a big factor in these trials that you can't pick up by just kind of watching the highlights. You know, you kind of have to be there all day, every day. These jurors are watching these witnesses, 7, 8 hours a day.
Yeah, that makes sense. Any final thoughts as we wrap up? Knowing that we've got that not guilty verdict and this lasting a couple days, any final thoughts on this case?
Again, there's a shock, as I dissect.
I just don't believe that, Ms. B. I'm sorry. I just don't believe it. I mean, I'm not saying I don't believe you. You probably read it, but I just don't believe it. I don't believe that.
This case and money moving quarterback, like I say, I mean, while I would have done some things differently on both sides, because I mean, I want to be clear, there were things that I saw the defense did that strategically I would have done differently. So again, I'm kind of just critiquing different factors that I noticed, but ultimately, it's very difficult to say that any of those things really made a difference in the outcome. I truly believe if I had an opportunity to talk to these jurors, they would give perspective on things that we're not even thinking about that were relevant or important to them. And the thing about it is, when we heard about those things or hear about those, we might not even agree with them. But they're the ones that had the authority to make that decision, and that's what we have to live with.
All right. Thank you so much, criminal defense attorney John Mobley, joining us. Thank you not only for breaking down the trial and the case today, but also you've been with us for the past couple of days, really helping us understand the legalese, because we understand that sometimes trial, it can feel like a lot of red tape. It can feel very convoluted. So thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Now, if you want to check out anything that has happened through this trial, as News 19 has been there gavel to gavel, make sure to head to our website, WLTX.com. And of course, we'll have this interview and all the other interviews we have done regarding this trial on our TV streaming app, WLTX Plus.
All right, so that was that. Let's see if we can get into. So there was a press conference, I think, done on yesterday. Let me play this little clip about the federal charges first. The possibility of federal charges. Let's play that, and then we'll play the press conference, okay?
And Rick Child may be a free man tonight, but the legal fight over the shooting death of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton is far from over. The teen's family making clear they are not done pursuing accountability. Our Megan Gagno live in the studio now. What's the very latest and what they're going after here?
Well, Brian, a not guilty verdict in criminal court does not mean the legal fight is over. For Cyrus Carmack Belton's family, it means the fight is just moving to a different courtroom. Richland County court records show the Carmack Belton family filed a civil lawsuit against Rick Chow and several other defendants in July of 2024, more than a year after the shooting that killed Cyrus Carmack Belton. That case was listed as paused, but immediately after Monday night's not guilty verdict in Rick Chow's murder trial, attorney Todd Rutherford made clear the family is not walking away.
Rick Chow, while found not guilty, we're still going to sue him. He owes. He owes for what he did to Cyrus. He owes what he did to the family. He owes for what he did to this community.
As of Wednesday, no new filings have been made in that civil case, but the 2024 lawsuit goes far beyond just Rick Chow. Court records show it names his son, Andy, and wife, Alice Chow, as well, and the corporate entities tied to the gas station. The complaint also alleges the Chow family had a pattern of racially profiling and intimidating customers, and that the corporate defendants knew or should have known it.
There is no way that a child who did nothing wrong, who was shot in his back, how that...
So you heard the man in the interview that we just listened to. He said something about, not only Rick Chow should be sued, but his wife and the son too as well. And that's exactly what they did. They suing Rick, they suing the son, they suing the wife, and they suing anybody that got any kind of, they're going for the gusto. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I don't blame them at all. So let's listen. This clip is very short, y'all.
Cyrus Carmack Belton. That case was listed as paused, but immediately after Monday night's not guilty verdict in Rick Chow's murder trial, attorney Todd Rutherford made clear the family is not walking away.
Rick Chow, while found not guilty, we're still going to sue him. He owes. He owes for what he did to Cyrus. He owes what he did to the family. He owes for what he did to this community.
As of Wednesday, no new filings have been made in that civil case, but the 2024 lawsuit goes far beyond just Rick Chow. Court records show it names his son, Andy, and wife, Alice Chow, as well, and the corporate entities tied to the gas station. The complaint also alleges the Chow family had a pattern of racially profiling and intimidating customers, and that the corporate defendants knew or should have known it.
There is no way that a child who did nothing wrong, who was shot in his back, how that jury can justify that verdict. I've been practicing law for almost 30 years. I've never seen anything like this.
The state cannot appeal on a not guilty verdict, so it's final.
as far as that's concerned. There's no post-trial motions they can bring that would change the result.
A South Carolina civil rights organization is now calling on the U.S. Department of Justice to review the case to determine whether federal civil rights or hate crime violations occurred. In a news release Tuesday, the CEO of the group, Dr. Candace Brewer, writing that the pursuit of justice should never end simply because a verdict has been reached. Now, Brewer is directing members of the public to contact the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division if they want to support calls for a federal review. Now, I reached out to the DOJ to see if they would consider a review, but have not heard back from them yet. In studio, I'm Megan Gagno, Watch Fox News, Local First.
Okay. So I've decided to do the press conference last, meaning we're going to watch these memorial clips, okay? We're going to watch the memorial, okay? It's the memorial, then it's the sheriff speaking out, and then we're going to end it with the news conference. Well, I think these clips are within the news conference, maybe. No, I don't think so. Let's watch the memorial, y'all.
And that his parents stand behind me now devastated with the loss of a child and without any justice at all. And that his parents stand behind me now devastated with the loss of a child and without any justice at all. And that this community demands more, that this community says no more, and that we want to be educated. We want to educate the world that Black lives matter, that 14-year-old Cyrus mattered, and that hopefully his death changes the world, that it changes the world and it shows us that we're not going to just lose our children and go silently into the night, that we're not going to lose our children to someone who chases.
Girl, South Carolina, Hicktown, South Carolina. South Carolina, girl. Can't tell me nothing about South Carolina. You can't tell me nothing about North Carolina. My mom and granny was born and raised in North Carolina. Can't tell me nothing about it. I know all about it. I'm about to get off a little early and drive home, but I'm in the... Okay, Natasha. You okay, boo? You drive safe. Let us know when you make it home. Made it home. You probably won't. Well, I don't know. You might make it home before we get off here, but if not, we'll see you over in Sipperville.
Down 130 yards and shoot them in the back as they lean over and try to get up. You can see the curb behind me. You can see where he fell and where he stumbled and where he died. It is now sacred ground. It's going to house this memorial. They had to take it down because of the trial, but immediately and as soon as we could, we wanted to erect it again to show Cyrus from heaven, and not from the hell that they believe he sits in, that the racists put him in, that the racists call my office day in and day out, hour after hour, talking about the N-word this and the N-word that. No, sir. From heaven, he will look down and he will see this memorial. And Rick Chow, if he dares, can drive by here and see where he took the life of a child. I stand here with his parents, devastated from the loss, but strong enough to come back here and face this crowd and face this moment. And so at this time, I want to bring them up. And I'll start off with this mother, Nicole.
Being here is very difficult. However, I am going to be Cyrus strong because my son was strong. My son was smart. He was loving. He was kind. I cannot believe that from the time he stepped into that store, as we all saw, he was racially profiled. They followed him around. He was shopping. He took 4 waters. He put them back. He even showed them by shaking his hoodie that he took nothing. And he walked out of the store. He didn't argue with them. He didn't have any confrontation. He didn't curse them. He just walked out. He was respectful. And yet 2 grown people.
He was going to pull the gun for some damn waters. Why didn't he pull them in the store, y'all? Why didn't he pull the gun in the store? If this young man was intended on pulling a gun, and just like that man just sat there and said in that interview, what the prosecution should have said, okay, let's just say he did pull a gun. And maybe he pulled the gun because he was being hunted down. Because he didn't pull no damn gun in that store. He didn't. And I'm still looking for the motherfucking gun. Where's the gun?
He fell and they shot him. He shot him dead, like as if he was a dog. And I do not understand how that jury can come back and say that he was not guilty. He was in a runner stance. It was shown by the pathologist, and they said he was not guilty. It was devastating for me to get a call from Alvin S. Glenn letting me know that Rick Chow was released. That broke me more than you can ever imagine, because my murderer of my son was set free. And it's not fair and it's unjust. And nobody can tell me that this is not racially motivated, because I'm not supposed to be on social media anyway. But when I go and I look at my social media, I have racist people coming to my page, going under my son's pictures, leaving the most horrific things, saying that they're glad he's dead, good riddance, and I am tired. I don't want this to happen to any other child. No black or brown child should have to go through this. No parent should have to go through this. This has to stop today. And I just learned today that South Carolina, if it's a murder charge, that they cannot bring in any of your prior acts. Rick Chow shot 2 people before. Rick Chow accosted a child in that store and beat her up with a gun on her hip. And none of that information could be brought to light. And I do not think that is fair. And if that is on the law.
Wait a damn minute. He did what? See, I didn't know. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, Jesus. Well, Jesus be offense. He did. Y'all wait. I got to hear that again.
Tired. I don't want this to happen to any other child. No black or brown child should have to go through this. No parent should have to go through this. This has to stop today. And I just learned today that South Carolina, if it's a murder charge, that they cannot bring in any of your prior acts. Rick Chow shot 2 people before. Rick Chow accosted a child in that store and beat her up with a gun on her hip. And none of that information could be brought to light. And I do not think that is fair. And if that is on the law books, that needs to be changed. Because if that was not there, then my son would have gotten justice. And to allow this person to terrorize this neighborhood for 12, 13 years is ridiculous. And it's just showing that it's okay to treat black and brown people wrong, and it's not. My son loves everybody. He would tell me, like, oh, Mom, you're being judgmental. You shouldn't do that. That's against God. And the devil shot him dead, and he laid right there. And we got no justice from South Carolina. It is disgusting, and I don't even know why. I have no words. But every day, I will not be able to speak to my son, hear his voice change, see him grow, go to prom. He will never get married. I would never hold my grandchildren, nothing. But Chow is able to go home with his lion son, Andy Chow, and they're able to have dinner with the wife, Alice, who all 3 of them came out that store, and they chased my baby. And I think the entire family should be held accountable because it was racially profiled. And I do not think that it is right, and they all should be punished. And
why didn't they put her on the stand? Why didn't they she's very well spoken. She could have said all this about her baby on the stand, y'all. She could have told what kind of child he was. She could have told all of this. She could have said all of this on the stand. You know, not some of it, but, the characteristics of her son. Why wouldn't she put on the stand? Why?
I don't know what laws that we need to create to help our people, but it needs to be done, and it needs to be done now. Cyrus should not be gone. None of our children should be gone from the acts of racism, from profiling, from any of that. He should be here. And until the world treats us like we are human beings, I mean, come on. Y'all hire us. Y'all want us around. You like our culture. You want to listen to the music. You want to wear our clothes. You want to do all of that stuff. But when it comes to protecting us and when it comes to looking at...
You want us to spend our damn money. You want us to spend our money. See, Rick Chow was in that neighborhood because people came in there and spent their money. He made money.
At our children, you look at us as if we are animals, and we are not. I am a college-educated woman. I hold a master's degree in information technology management. My son was not a thug. He was a 14-year-old boy who was trying to find his way. And for any person that acts like when they were 14, 15, 16, 17, that they did not do nothing wrong, that they did not smoke and drink and have sex and do whatever that they were not supposed to do by their parents, it is a lie. And it is judgmental, and I refuse to allow any of you to sit up there and make it seem like we were bad parents, because we were not. All of our children make mistakes, but I don't see anybody saying, oh, well, you know what, my kid did X, Y, and Z. My kid did X, Y, and Z. No, they're coming onto my page and try to demonize my child, and I will not have it. And it stops today. Keep your opinions to yourself. And until you are in my shoes and you have to bury a child, I don't want to hear nothing from you.
Well, there's not much I can say really, because you heard it first. What I can say is I am very disappointed in our justice system. I don't understand. I mean, you get shot in the back. You try to shop when black, first of all. You try to just be yourself. Just because you're not in suit and tie or slacks, dress shoes, I guess you're labeled a thug all the time, right? Yeah. Your hair is not neat. I guess everybody don't have their own ways about being who they can be later on in life or right then to make themselves become who they're gonna be. Well, our baby will never get that. He'll never get that. Just like his mom says, we would never see him. We would never know what he could have been, where he could have been, what he would have brought for us as family. We are lost for words. But one thing I can say, we got a lot of family out here. That's right. We got a lot of family. We appreciate everyone out here all the time, because if you don't stick up with each other, we all will fall. We all will fall. We need to really look at this, take another look at the system, because something's not right. I mean, what did you all see? You see, what did you get? Not guilty. How? 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 Who brought who? I mean, goodness, what jury? Where was that jury from? You got, once again, a little boy. Yeah, he's kind of tall. He's 5'8", 114, 114 pounds. Shot a guy that's 200 pounds on the swim team, right? Swim team, breaststroke, right? Yeah. They won the championship. Right. Yeah. Shit. What championship my son won? What championship? He's a good. Well, evidently I can tell he was a decent sprinter, but that didn't last. Chased him down. He falls, and then you shoot him in the back trying to get up. Cowards. Very much so. A little boy. I'm gonna tell you what I've told everyone else, from the lot to the solicitors, anybody. By law, he had the right to defend himself, because you're chasing him. If he was such a thug, why he didn't shoot? Exactly. Why he didn't shoot? He should have. If it would have been me, when they hit those yellow lines out there in that street, without a doubt, without a doubt. Now, where is the justice? He's home, enjoying his nice home with his family. Oh yeah, don't let me go. I got to go back to Andy Child. Andy Child, okay? Andy Child, as they say in there, he went to Hammond. He went to USC. And now he has a good job. Our baby will never get anything like that now. No. You graduate Wednesday, about to start your summer, excited. You think you're gonna have a good year, and Sunday you end up over here on the ground. We couldn't even get our summer going. How? You got a baby going. Our baby. Where is the justice? I'm still looking for the justice. I want to know. Someone needs to do something. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank y'all so much. I don't know. In conclusion, what is clear is that this community won't stand for this again. What we know is that these parents suffered horrific loss. What we know is that their child was not a thug, that their child did not act, that the only thing he did was run away. He ran 130 yards again from the store up the street. It should never happen again. And with the community's help, it won't happen again. Thank you so much for coming.
Sure. Everybody is here today to mourn him as a person. Can you just talk about who he was as a teen and how you're remembering him just so many years later?
Cyrus was very generous. I recall after Cyrus passed away, his principal came to the home and she told me a story. And I was looking for these shoes because I purchased them for him, couldn't find them. Come to find out, there was a young man at his school that needed some black shoes, and Cyrus took them off his feet and gave it to him. Now, in this day and time, in this era, a 14-year-old taking off expensive shoes and giving it to somebody is unheard of. That was our son. That is what he is, what he embodied, who he was.
You got a little boy that when we're out and about, if he sees anyone that's homeless, he'll give his money to them and ask, hey, can I give my money to this young man? Or can we feed? We also used to feed the homeless with all our kids. You got a little boy who just like to make everyone laugh and be happy. We actually wanted him to be a doctor because when someone's not feeling well, he wants to be the one to take care of you. He wants to be the one that fix you something to eat, give you something to drink, whatever it takes. He wants to be the one that makes you smile. He wants to be the one. You can't be that no more. But you got a joyful kid that is gone, that everyone says is a thug. And not to mention, I got all the calls like you. Your son needs to burn in hell and, you know, and all this, that, and the other. I got it when it first happened. I'm still getting them to the day. But you want to label my child as a thug. You don't even know my child. He was a good, loving young boy that's now can't become the man that we know he could have been. That's the kind of son that we had in Cyrus.
Can I ask you just one question? What would you say to the young people out there to keep it?
And that's tough. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, that's tough. Listen, go ahead.
That is a tough question. And the reason I say it's very tough is because Cyrus did everything that we taught him to do, and he still died.
I want you all to understand something. You as parents, you raise your child the way you want to be raised yourself, or how you were raised. We did that. You want your child that when you're not there to do what they're taught. You got to understand, you can't always be with your child when they're out and about. You don't know what's going on when they're wherever they are or supposed to be. You don't know they're always there or with a friend. Sometimes you don't know what that other friend is influencing. So for some of you people that comes in our inboxes and saying that we're not good parents and we didn't do this, how the hell you know? Because everyone that knows us knows how we are about our kids. Everyone, from the school to whenever they played sports, community. But you want to, church. I mean, goodness, we stayed in church. Cyrus went to Catholic school every Wednesday. I don't understand why you would put him as a thug. Just because, listen, once again, people make mistakes. Kids make a lot of mistakes. You got to learn. You got to learn, right? How he gonna learn? He can't learn nothing from where he's at now. His learning days is over.
All right, we're out. Thank y'all. Thank everybody for coming out.
Thank y'all.
Justice for Cyrus. Justice for Cyrus. Justice for Cyrus.
What? I don't think we're Hey, did you want to be live at 7 or just a live? Okay. Right now? Excuse me, man. Okay. Cool. Hold a shot.
Attention family, listen, if you don't mind, please, my rate is on the other side of the road there. If we can have
Okay, that's basically it on that. Okay, so let's go to what the sheriff had to say, y'all. Let's listen. This is the sheriff now. This is the sheriff. Let's listen.
And that's what it's all about. It's supporting his family. You know, their son was murdered. I got 4 daughters. I just can't imagine the pain that they're going through. And very disappointed, just like they are in the outcome of the trial. But tonight's about coming out here and honoring Cyrus, but also uplifting them.
Y'all do know it's very, very rare, right? For me, honestly, from what I've seen now, of course, I ain't seen everything, for the police to come out and say, well, maybe they have, when they feel like they did their job and they presented a case to the DA, this and the third, for them to come out and say, what the hell happened? I guess they have come, it could be instances where the police have come out and spoke and say, look, we did our job, we presented the case, we presented the evidence, and what the hell happened? Who in the hell was on that jury? What were they thinking? What did they did not see that we saw? You get what I'm saying? But let's listen to this. This is very short. It's 5 minutes.
And that's what it's all about. It's supporting his family. You know, their son was murdered. I got 4 daughters. I just can't imagine the pain that they're going through. And you know, very disappointed, just like they are in the outcome of the trial. But tonight's about coming out here and honoring Cyrus, but also uplifting them. So I think it's a great crowd, and they're here for the right reason.
What was your reaction when the verdict came down?
Same as everybody else. Shocked. Last thing I expected. You know, we investigated this case. We're the one that arrested him. We thought we had a real good case, and still think we had a real good case. Unfortunately, the jury didn't, so we have to abide by what the jury said. But that doesn't mean I'm not disappointed and angry, just like everybody else.
Sheriff, I asked you the same question I asked the family. How do you encourage young people after this devastating news?
Use this as a learning opportunity. Really, that it's a dangerous world out here, and you have to be careful. And your action does have consequences. And not saying that Cyrus did anything wrong. It's just you just have to be careful out here. And I've said this 1,000 times in press conferences. Guns will get you in 1 or 2 places. It's either in jail or in the cemetery. And unfortunately, that's what we saw halfway in this case. And it's sad. We've got a 14-year-old who's not going to grow up. He's not going to have his parents see him grow up and go to school and have a family. And that's sad. And I don't want to see that for any family anywhere.
I know you've been out here as well to pop out the gas station with the deputies on the scene. Can you talk about as people come out here, the protesters have been like as well brought that area?
It's been good. Last night, it was a peaceful protest is what this is all about. And so we had a good crowd last night. We helped pre-plan it as far as where the streets were going to block off. And then when we got to that point, we blocked the streets off, let them be in the streets, didn't have any problems. And so, you know, anytime you have an event like this, you're going to have a few knuckleheads who are going to try to take advantage of the situation. And of course, we had that and we addressed that last night. But by and large, just like you see tonight, it's about honoring somebody and helping their family out. You know, this is just think about the mom and the dad and the other family members here. You know, we need to pray for them and we need to uplift them and support them. It may be, you know, protests may be over with. The pain that they feel will never be over with.
Can I ask you, what do you say to people who might have lost confidence in the justice system after this verdict?
We've got the best system in the world. It's not perfect. And I think we saw the imperfection in this case. So don't give up hope. You know, it's the best system anywhere. So we've got to trust it. And that trust is broken a lot over this case, but we can't give up. This is America, and we've got to stick together and be one America.
Is there any timetable that you have for the barricades at the gas station when they may be taken up?
No, there's really no timetable for it. I mean, just everything we're playing by ear and working with people. I mean, we have worked with the organizers of tonight's event and yesterday's event and the night before. And I think that's why it's been so successful is that those who are out here protesting peacefully, we work with them. This is an organized event, so we want to protect them just as much as we want to protect anybody. So we're going to continue to block traffic and block the Shell station, and just do what's right. That's what we're going to do.
I know there's a lot of chatter on social media surrounding the current owners of this company. I know, can you clarify you all are working hand in hand with them if they close down for the time being? And talk about that.
Yeah, well, the owners now have nothing to do with the previous owner, with Rick Chow. He sold it to them. They've opened the business. They have people who live in this area who come and frequent that business. When all this happened, we asked them, to close down. That'd be the best, and they have. And so they've been cooperative. Everybody's been cooperative in this thing. Just look at what we got here tonight. You don't see this in other places when you have protests. It's different atmosphere and different feeling. But here it's more like we love each other and we want to take care of each other and we want to pray for each other and put our arms around each other and help each other. And that's what it's all about.
In your tenure, have you ever seen a case or been involved in a case such as this?
No, I haven't. 51 years, and this is the worst case I've ever been involved in, where I didn't feel like the right thing had been done. But again, we abide by the 12 jurors. That's what our Constitution guarantees everybody, and so we have to abide by what they did. Don't have to like it, don't have to agree with it, but we have to accept it. All right, thank y'all.
Okay, y'all, that was the sheriff.
Nobody wins when
No, the family had something, but we're gonna go to this press conference.
The diminution of value of Black life.
So we're gonna go to this press conference. It's like 46 minutes, but it's not gonna take that long to get through it because I got it sped up. And as long as y'all can understand it, I'm gonna leave it that way. So this is what we're gonna end it on. This press conference. Okay. Like I said, I appreciate y'all for joining this live, supporting this live. If you got any questions, put them down in the comment section. I'm reading the comments. I answer them if I can. I really hope the family. Oh, Tanya, you just came late. I just played the clip. Let me play that. I'm gonna play that clip for you again, Tanya. But Yeah, I appreciate y'all supporting. Make sure y'all double tap the screen if you have not. If you're in the replay, please like the live, get it in the algorithm. Yeah, I'm gonna continue to follow this to see what happens with the civil case or if anything comes out or whatever. But pretty much today gonna be the end of the content. But I'm gonna continue to watch for updates. Okay, so before I play this this press conference, let me play this clip for Tanya. This gonna answer your question right here, Tanya. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, no, yeah, this. I think this is it. Hold on.
And Rick Child may be a free man tonight, but the legal fight over the shooting death of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belty is far from over. The teen's family making clear they are not done pursuing accountability. Our Megan Gagno live in the studio now. What's the very latest and what they're going after here?
Well, Brian, a not guilty verdict in criminal court does not mean the legal fight is over. For Cyrus Carmack Belton's family, it means the fight is just moving to a different courtroom. Richland County court records showed the Carmack Belton family filed a civil lawsuit against Rick Chow and several other defendants in July of 2024, more than a year after the shooting that killed Cyrus Carmack Belton. That case was listed as paused, but immediately after Monday night's not guilty verdict in Rick Chow's murder trial, attorney Todd Rutherford made clear the family is not walking away.
Rick Chow, while found not guilty, we're still going to sue him. He owes. He owes for what he did to Cyrus. He owes what he did to the family. He owes for what he did to this community.
As of Wednesday, no new filings have been made in that civil case. But the 2024 lawsuit goes far beyond just Rick Chow. Court records show it names his son, Andy, and wife, Alice Chow, as well, and the corporate entities tied to the gas station. The complaint also alleges the Chow family had a pattern of racially profiling and intimidating customers, and that the corporate defendants knew or should have known it.
There is no way that a child who did nothing wrong, who was shot in his back, how that jury can justify that verdict. I've been practicing law for almost 30 years. I've never seen anything like this.
The state cannot appeal on a not guilty verdict, so it's final as far as that's concerned. There's no post-trial motions they can bring that would change the result.
A South Carolina civil rights organization is now calling on the U.S. Department of Justice to review the case to determine whether federal civil rights or hate crime violations occurred. In a news release Tuesday, the CEO of the group, Dr. Candace Brewer, writing.
And to reiterate, I asked Trey the other day, I said, do you think this is a hate crime? If someone would ask me, Truth, do you think this is a hate crime? I would say yes. I would say yes. Because had that been a little Korean boy, had that been a little white boy, none of this would have happened. And I wasn't even there. But the man has a pattern. He has a history. I bet you those 2 times that he shot at somebody and the time he beat the young lady, I bet you they all were all black. I'm pretty much willing to bank on it that they were all black. So yes, I think it's a hate crime. And yes, the feds need to take a look at it and pursue federal charges. Yes. A blind man can see it. A blind man can see it. Bag that up.
That verdict. I've been practicing law for almost 30 years. I've never seen anything like this.
The state cannot appeal on a not guilty verdict, so it's final as far as that's concerned. There's no post-trial motions they can bring that would change the result.
A South Carolina civil rights organization is now calling on the U.S. Department of Justice to review the case to determine whether federal civil rights or hate crime violations occurred. In a news release Tuesday, the CEO of the group, Dr. Candace Brewer, writing that the pursuit of justice should never end simply because a verdict has been reached. Now, Brewer is directing members of the public to contact the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division if they want to support calls for a federal review. Now, I reached out to the DOJ to see if they would consider a review, but have not heard back from them yet. In studio, I'm Megan Gagno. Watch Fox News, Local First.
Hey, this can't happen.
WLTX breaking news now.
Thank you also for joining us here on WLTX Plus. I'm Christy Calcagno. Right now, community and civil leaders are set to hold a news conference any second to respond to the verdict in the Rick Chow trial and the death of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton. The group says while it respects the jury's decision, it does have concerns about what the verdict means for racial justice, self-defense claims, and equal treatment under the law. Let's go ahead and take you right now to New Laurel Street Baptist Church on Fairfield Road. News conference just getting underway.
We'll have host pastor, Reverend Damian Brown. We'll have the president of the Columbia branch of the NAACP, Sister Ovita Glover. And then we shall hear from the attorney for the family of Brother Cyrus Belton. And we will then open ourselves up to receive your questions. We're grateful to the media for coming on short response. We had much to do to prepare to be here, and we're here now. So I want to present our statement to you, and then ask Reverend Brown, then President Glover, and then finally Attorney Rutherford. Then we'll receive
Thank you, guys. I love y'all. Thank you.
The Religious Affairs Department of the National Action Network is deeply troubled by the not guilty verdict in the killing of young brother Cyrus Carmack Belton. This past Monday, June 1, a jury in South Carolina here in Richland County came back and found the killer of brother Cyrus not guilty. While we respect the roles of juries in our justice system, respect for the process does not.
Ain't it don't tell you. He is wearing that blue, girl. He is wearing that hat. Come on with it.
Require us to be silent in the face of these troubling questions. The verdict leaves many people throughout America and South Carolina asking whether justice is truly blind, or whether race continues to influence how lives are valued in America. And now claims of fear, danger, and self-defense are interpreted often to justify the execution of Black people. At the heart of this case is the question that cannot be ignored. If the races were reversed, if the shooter and his son had been Black and the teenager white, would the outcome have been the same? If you've been in America for a while, you can answer for yourself. The question is not an attack on the jurors. It is a challenge to all of us to set an example, to examine the unequal assumptions that have too often shaped American criminal justice system's work. History teaches us that Black people have been frequently viewed as threats even when they were unarmed, feared when they were innocent, and judged differently than others in similar circumstances. The death of Cyrus Belton demands that we ask another painful question. Did his life matter less because of the color of his skin? For generations, families have watched as the deaths of Black citizens were explained away, justified, or even excused under standards that seem unavailable to others. Whether intentional or not, the verdicts, such as this one, open a deep public skepticism and erodes confidence that justice is administered equally. The National Action Network, through its Department of Religious Affairs, representing Reverend Sharpton, stands with the Belton family and all those who believe that every human life possesses equal dignity and worth. We pray for comfort for those who grieve, but we also renew our commitment to pursuing justice in a system that values every life equally, regardless of race. The question before South Carolina is larger than a single verdict. It is whether we are willing to confront the reality that justice must not only be done, it must be seen as fair, equal, and worthy of public trust. As a 50-year veteran of the social justice work, 40 years in organized civil rights work, when I heard about Brother Carmack Belton and then what happened at the trial, I could not help but think of the roll call of young Black people, especially our males, going all the way back to Emmett Till, Trayvon, Tyreek, and the list goes on. In every case, their death was justified by factors that had to include their race. So all these years later, in Columbia, South Carolina, we're still confronting the same issue. The time has come, not just to examine how we got here, but make sure we do not do this again. We'll now hear from.
It was South Carolina. Not much of a difference, Tanya. It was South Carolina. Yeah, it was South Carolina.
Reverend Brown, our host for today. And after him, we hear from Ovita Glover, president of the Columbia branch, but also a trailblazer. Because of her, if you go to public school in South Carolina with somebody of another race, you owe it to Ovita Glover and 8 more black students in Charleston, South Carolina in 1963. And after that, we hear from Attorney Todd Rutherford, who's done a yeoman's work in representing the family. And then we'll answer your questions. Reverend Brown.
Thank you, Pastor Rivers. As the standing in for Tiffany James, who is the president of the local National Action Network branch, and I also serve on the executive committee of the Columbia branch NAACP. And my most important work is here as the pastor of this church, New Laurel Street Missionary Baptist Church. I'd like to share our sentiments with the family to let them know that we are petitioning heaven on their behalf. And can only imagine the immense grief and sorrow that they have been feeling for the last 3 years. But we also share in the disappointment and disdain of the verdict that was rendered in this trial. Our justice system has taken its course, but we have questions on whether justice was really served. Because today we question that blindfold that Lady Justice is supposed to wear. We question that blindfold because for too long, justice has evaded people of color. We question that blindfold today because for too long, it seems like Black lives don't really matter. We question that blindfold because it seems like a bottle of water is more valuable than a Black life. It's been reported that the makeup of the jury included seven African Americans, and that the guilty verdict was a unanimous decision. And one could surely make the argument today that because of the composition of the jury, that this is not a racial issue, but I beg to differ. And I beg to differ because this verdict is emblematic of a larger problem that has been embedded in the psyche of people of color since we arrived on these shores. For hundreds of years, we have been forcibly subjugated to the idea that Black life has little or no value. That idea has caused immense damage to our community and an self-imposed destruction. The psychological damage that idea has had of Black life not being valuable is the reason that Harriet Tubman had to leave some slaves behind. That psychological damage is the reason why Denmark Vesey's slave rebellion was stopped in its tracks. And that psychological damage has reared its head again in 2026 in the verdict that we received the other day. There is a Latin term called the Imago Dei, which simply means that all of us bear the image of God. And if it is true that we all bear the image of God, then that means that all people, including people of color, are worth love, dignity, and respect because we bear the image of God. Even if we have the worst intentions, we are still worth more than a few bottles of water because we bear the image of God. Even at our worst, we are still worth something. We are still valuable, and a bullet in the back should not end our lives. And so as we move forward with this verdict, we will not allow the life of young brother Cyrus to be in vain. But this verdict, this day, this moment will serve as a catalyst of change and a reminder that all life, especially Black life, deserves justice, deserves love, deserves respect, deserves dignity, and has value. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Sister Glover.
Good morning. I stand before you today as a God-fearing human being, a citizen of Richland County, Columbia, South Carolina, and a voice that needs to be heard for you. I am here to tell you we are done dying, and it ain't over yet. A young man is dead, Cyrus Belton is dead, and his family, his loved ones, and this community are grieving. As a childless mother with an understanding and caring heart, I stand deep in empathy with the Belton family. We stand deep. No verdict can ever fill the void left by the loss of a child. The not guilty verdict may have closed a courtroom door, but it has not closed the wound in the community. Many are still asking hard questions, as mentioned. If Cyrus had been a young black man, white man, would he have been chased, pursued, and killed over an alleged bottle of water? Those questions deserve to be heard and dismissed. Where was the humanity? Where was the compassion? Where was the recognition that this was somebody's child? Cyrus's life mattered. His dream mattered. His future mattered. And his life should have carried the same weight, the same value of the man who pulled the trigger, his son. And as any other child in Richland County, Columbia, South Carolina, period. The value of a Black life is not determined by circumstances, geography, or perception. It is God-given. It is equal. It is sacred. We must be honest. This pain is not isolated to one case. Across generations, as mentioned, families have heard the words, "I feared for my life." And too often, those words have left communities with more grief than answers. Each of those losses represents a family changed forever. Each of those names represents a story unfinished. This is about more than one verdict. To the Belton family, Columbia and Richland County, continue to lift you in prayers. We mourn for you. We stand with you. We honor Cyrus Carmack Belton. To this community, do not lose your voice. Continue to educate, engage, empower, and Lord knows, go to vote and stay prayerful. Remain prayerful, remain purposeful, remain powerful as we are, because we ain't scared no more. We ain't scared, I said. We are human, and it is ours to do. Today, I leave you with this truth. We are somebody. Our lives have value. We deserve justice. We deserve dignity. Black lives matter. As I said, I am here to tell you, we are done dying. Thank you.
Let us now hear from Attorney Todd Rutherford. Let's give him a hand clap of encouragement.
Thank you, Reverend Rivers, and I clearly don't deserve that, because I stand here today at a loss for words as how something like this can happen in the county that I've lived in my entire life. As a 30-year veteran of the criminal justice system, I've never seen anything like it. I stand here with Cyrus's mother to my right, who told over years, this can't happen. No, he cannot get away with chasing a child 130 yards and shooting him in the back. No, ma'am, it's not going to happen. He cannot get away with it. And I guess in my calculus, I forgot to include the fact that he was a Black child. The diminution of value of Black life has got to stop. And it doesn't matter at whose hands. It started off at Mr. Child's hands and it ended with that jury's hands. But it doesn't matter. Our children have value. Our children have worth. Your child had worth. I stand here today because we have got to impose even those values on ourselves. That our children are not thugs. That our children, even in trying to protect themselves, end up in situations where they get a bullet in their back and a jury says that that is okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not. It is not. We cannot believe for one more second that our children, because of the color of their skin, are worth less than those that don't look like us. I challenge those who say, well, that's what the jury said. There were Blacks on the jury. There was a Black prosecutor. And so it is what it is. I challenge you to show me in this country where that has happened and the assailants look like us and the victim did not. I get frequent phone calls about, well, the prosecution, they should have asked for voluntary manslaughter. Well, what they don't realize, even in asking that question, you're suggesting to me that a 14-year-old with a bullet in his back, his value cannot reach the level of murder. They should have started off with a bullet in the back and murder, no different than it would have been on a white store owner being chased by Black children, on a Chinese kid running out of a store being chased by 2 Black kids. This was exactly what the prosecution said it was, and I'm sorry that the jury didn't agree, but the jury was wrong. And while we have to respect what the jury said because we don't have a choice, they were wrong. And those that looked at it and said, well, how is there malice? Because he was shot in the back after running for his life. And if you listen to the witnesses, they said when he came out of the store, he had nothing but fear in his eyes. And he was running so fast, he lost his shoe.
And if he wanted to pull a gun, he would have pulled it in the stove. If he intended to pull a gun, he would have pulled it in the stove. Where's the fucking water and where's the fucking gun? Where?
And he kept on running. And what did Mrs. Chow do? She went and got the shoe.
Y'all, I'm sorry. Listen, let me tell y'all something. And I don't know if I've ever said this before out loud to y'all. I don't know. I don't know, y'all, but this is triggering me. And maybe I should just end the line right now, but I am very triggered right now. And the reason why I'm very triggered right now is because this young man was hunted down. He was chased. He walked away from the situation, y'all. He left. He walked away. He left out of that store. He did not have those people's water. He did not pull a gun on those people. He left out that store and he walked away. And I do believe that if he did pull a gun, he pulled it because he was in fear. How did somebody leave the scene? How did somebody run? Where is the threat? Where is the threat once he left out that store and ran, y'all? Somebody please explain it to me. Tanya, I can't. Like, this is too much. And the reason why it's triggering is because my son did the same thing. My son did the same thing. Like, when he was confronted by this person, he was initially shot in the leg. He was initially shot in the leg, y'all, which they said, even with being shot in the leg where he was shot, if he didn't get help like right away, he was gonna pass anyway because it hit a main artery. But after he was shot in the leg, y'all, he ran. After he was shot in the leg, he ran. And the person chased him. They chased him, y'all. He chased him. He chased him, and my son fell to the ground. My son fell to the ground because he was, in fact, dying then when he was shot in the leg. Even though he ran, he was bleeding out. And the person chased him. And after my son fell to the ground, he shot him 2 more times. He shot him 2 more times. He was already dying.
He had no money when they found him. Do you think that people would pick up somebody else's shoe, wouldn't pick up the cash? Have you not heard of Cash App? Did he need cash in his pocket in order to pay for the water bottles that he did not steal, that he didn't pick up, that he didn't leave the store with? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple case of someone armed, running with their adult son as they chased a 14-year-old child over a football field's length and shot him in the back. This was what the family saw, what the community saw, what the whole world now sees. This was a murder, and it is gone without the ability to hold someone accountable. I'm going to try my best to hold him accountable on the civil level. We have filed a lawsuit. We plan on following suit with that. Thank you so much.
We are immensely proud and moved that his mother has decided to come forward to join us this morning. And I say to her what I say to you. Sadly, this has happened all too often. I've stood with Eric Garner's mother. George Floyd's brother was at our church. We've talked to Trayvon's family. And Ahmaud Arbery's mother came to charity to share the deep pain. The power of the moment of the mother being here should not be lost on us. In my mind, I believe Cyrus was killed because he was Black. And Black children going into convenience stores and coming out are not perceived or received the same as white children. I am convicted and convinced that if Cyrus had been white, he would not have had to run 130 yards, would not have been pursued for 130 yards, and would not have been shot in the back. But that does not bring him back. Our goal this morning is to make sure that it never happens again. Because as long as Black lives do not matter, especially our boys, every Black boy is in danger in America. Because all you have to do one day is decide, I'm afraid of him. I think he did something. And the license to chase me down and kill me has to be revoked. No longer can somebody get away with, well, he was Black, and I thought he was guilty. Let Cyrus be the last one. And we plan to hold the system accountable to make sure he is. We'll now receive any of your questions.
What does this case, what's the precedent as it set, and what do you think compels other Black and brown children here in the state of South Carolina?
I'm going to ask Attorney Rutherford to respond to the first part of that. Let me answer as a father and a grandfather of Black boys. What it says that even in 2026, they can kill you like they did in 1955 and get away with it. Even in 2026, with all the promises made about everybody being treated equal, they can still kill you the way they killed those people and Mother Emanuel. And remember this, Dylann Roof got caught in North Carolina, and the police officer walked up to the car, and Dylann Roof had the gun sitting on the seat next to him. And when the police officer saw that he was white, he put his own gun up and called him son. And they bought him a hamburger. Black folk understand what that means. That Dylann Roof was a murderer, a terrorist and a killer, and he was treated like a part of the family. But for Cyrus, he was family, but he was treated like a terrorist. That must stop. And making you aware will raise the level of consciousness and help protect our boys and our children. Anyone else?
So it's the emotion, the shock, all now on the streets with protesters just voicing their concern as well. Can you talk about the other action? I know there's going to be civil suit, but other action you all plan to take to make sure that justice?
I'll let Attorney Rutherford answer the second part of that. We are here because the church, in particular the Black church, as a haven for us and a sign that all of us are made in the image of God. We can't speak about what's going to happen next. Unlike other groups and organizations, we consult with the family, represented through their counsel. I just happen to know Todd Rutherford since he was a boy. I mean, I really knew him before he was anything. As state director of the NAACP, I work with his wife, his mother, very closely. But he's also the eyes and ears of our legal community that is saying to us now, it shouldn't have happened. But let me take a right turn on this. I went there in 23 when it happened. And what I could not get over is the distance from the store to where he died. Along that way, somebody decided they have to chase him that far. But he decided he had to run that far, trying to live. And they shot him anyway. What provoked child to chase this boy 130 yards and still shoot him? And what made Cyrus run was fear for his life, because as a Black child, he knew what might happen. And unfortunately, it did. So for us in the civil rights community, we will continue to cry out, protest, and raise this issue. But for the second part of that, I'm going to ask Attorney Rutherford to speak, not just about the lawsuit, but what do you think ought to be done as we can.
Being as though that gas station apparently was in that neighborhood, because apparently Silas, he probably walked to that. Cyrus. Apparently he walked to that gas station, right? So do you think Cyrus knew or didn't know that that man had a history of shooting at people? Once he was being chased, he was chased. So do y'all think that Cyrus knew that these, because you got gas stations in the neighborhood, people talk, people in the neighborhood, they know things about things that go on, right? So do y'all think that Cyrus knew that this dude had a history of shooting at, people that they assume are stealing, because he had that history? So do y'all think Cyrus knew that? And that's probably the reason why he ran. And if he pulled the gun, that's the reason why he pulled the gun. Amen, Tanya. Amen.
Continue to lift up the worth of the life of Cyrus.
So to your question as to the precedent, this is not a precedent. The children that we have seen this happen to, this is not the first. But what we're asking is that it be the last, that it be the antecedent, because we cannot continue to raise children who are targets simply because of the color of their skin. As we get into what the jury said, and we talk about malice and what people thought about it, and I'm sorry, this may get into a little bit of the details, but a 58-year-old man armed with a .45 chasing a kid over a football field, according to his lawyer, had the presence of mind to, after running that far, say, stop, drop your gun. I'm 55, and if I run over a football field, I need oxygen. NFL football players that run that far need oxygen. College football players that run that far need oxygen. They don't have that ability, and they're not running with a gun. Why did Cyrus think he needed to run that far? Why did he have a gun? The answer is where his body lay. That continued to come up. Why does a 14-year-old black child need a gun? Can we answer that while we look at his dead body, shot there by someone that chased him over 130 yards, even though he committed no crime? Is the answer not that obvious why he needed a gun? Until our society, until our community believes that Black lives matter, that they matter as much as the general society, we will continue to have these problems. The answer, the future, is on education. It is on our groups not giving up and believing that we have to speak out, even though the jury said what they said. The jury was wrong. We will stand on that, and we'll keep fighting. We've officially filed a civil lawsuit. It was put on hold while the criminal trial proceeded. Now that the criminal trial is over, we plan on proceeding with the civil lawsuit.
One of the things that got me about that question, why did Cyrus not have the right to defend himself with the gun he had? For someone who was obviously threatening his life, who had chased him 130 yards, had a gun in his hand, what would have happened if Cyrus had turned around and shot him? Now, if he was white, he'd be treated like the Attorney General treated the young fella from Milwaukee or Minneapolis who shot into that crowd and was brought to South Carolina as a hero. But if Cyrus had defended himself and shot Mr. Child, Cyrus would be committed and convicted of murder, never to be seen again. That means that even when we are right, our skin color, and again, anywhere about a 14-year-old black child being shot to death because their skin color sentenced them to death. That needs to end. And we're working hard to end it now. We're doing this to raise awareness that you will, through making this available to the community, answer the hard question. I want everybody who sees it to ask yourself the hard question. If Cyrus was my child,
There you go.
and he was white, and a black man shot him in the back after chasing him 100 yards, would the black man be found guilty or let go? You know the answer. But we need everyone to understand how this mother feels. She should not be standing here for this. She should not have to answer these hard questions. But no matter what we do, we can't turn that back. But what we can do is go forward and make sure that it does not happen to another innocent child because they were birthed, kissed by nature's son with the beauty of being black. Should not be a sentence to death. Any other questions?
The next step is obviously they have a GoFundMe account, and the family and she can give. You can tell me they're also collecting money. They're going to redo the memorial tonight because they had to take it down for the trial. But it's also just, again, the education to lift ourselves up and understand that just because we're black, we're not second-class citizens, that our children don't deserve to die. It's to tell people that, listen, this was wrong. This should not have happened, and it can't happen again.
Any other questions? I don't think so.
No.
But while we are here, including media, I think we need to show our love and respect for this mother, what she's going through, to still come out and support the work we're trying to do for her son and for herself. So can we give her a rousing ovation for having the courage to come stand in the most painful hour of her life? From the National Action Network, we'll be talking to Reverend Sharpton when we're done today. And we will be determining, along with Brother Rutherford and the family, how we move forward. I'd like very much for him to be able to speak to the mother, and we'll try to facilitate that. But the media can help us by checking yourself. The way Cyrus's death was covered and the way a white child's death would be covered, in my mind, having all these years of experience, is distinctly different. So I'm challenging you to stop believing when liars lie about our children. Check them and expose them. Emmett Till's killers believed a white woman named Carolyn who said he did it. And what did he do? Whistle at the white woman. All a lie. But the Mississippi media covered it on behalf of the killers. What we need you to do is protect the innocent. Tell the truth. And when they're lying, you do it for everybody else. Every time, I've not lied since I was born in front of the camera. But if I lied, the first thing y'all would do is check me for lying. I actually do the same thing with these liars, racist dogs who kill people. Check them hard. That stuff doesn't make sense. I didn't know he could run 130 yards, frankly. The chaser. So we've covered it. We thank you for coming.
Nelson, just want to acknowledge Cyrus's grandmother.
Let's acknowledge the grandmother.
Cyrus ran 130 yards because of the fact that child had a long history of abusing young children in this store for years.
Right.
For years. The question to the community is, why didn't none of that stuff get track record? It came up in court for years. Drop keeping young girls, young girls, young boys, and Cyrus knew that because he was going to this store too. So the question is, why haven't that came up in court?
Let me correct you. It wasn't just Mr. Child doing that. The entire family did that. They treated African Americans like trash every time they walked in there. What the prosecution did was show the wall of shame repeatedly as they talked to witnesses. What would have gotten a mistrial, what would have gotten them reversed had they gotten a conviction would be to talk about prior bad acts. That in South Carolina is not allowed. It had to be about what happened then. Absolutely. Listen, I've only been doing it 30 years. I can only tell you that prior bad acts in a murder trial will get it overturned quicker than almost anything else. It needs to be about that. And we can certainly talk about this offline. I'm telling you that as a former prosecutor and as a lawyer for 30 years, absolutely you could not bring that up. Yeah, but it is a law.
But I tell you what can happen. Between the National Action Network, the NAACP, and other civil rights organizations, if we received a complaint, then we could have shut him down a long time ago. And when I got here, what I was told, he had a reputation on the record. So I asked the question of the black community. How can somebody has a reputation on a record of abusing your children and you stay in business in your community? Somebody should have checked that. And they made a trial. I'm glad Tom said what he said because I had to say.
All have civil rights. This just not black people, but white people too as well. But you never see these type of conferences, these type of press conferences or anything like that talking about violating white people's civil rights. You know what I'm saying? That you don't ever see press conferences where they come on here where white people's civil rights have been violated. It's always us. It's always us.
Same thinking, but only passed by law school. I never been to one. And so I trust what he said. But I want to raise this concern. We get this a lot from folk who have stores in our community, being disrespectful, not regarding us. But some of that is on us. They should be convicted to treat us equally or go somewhere else. You can't stay on Rutledge Avenue where I grew up and curse black children. That wasn't gonna happen. Not on my block. But if he was doing that, and I heard he was, he should have been checked a long time ago. But there are folk like him now doing the same thing. If you know who they are, call the National Action Network. Action is our middle name. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you for being here one more time for this mother and this grandmother. I want you to know from the bottom of our heart and on behalf of Reverend Sharpton and the Nan family and all of us assembled, we're not with you just today. However long it takes, we'll be with you. And thank you, Attorney Rutherford. Thank you, Reverend Brown. Thank you, Sister Glover. And thank you all.
Well, you just heard from community church leaders all reacting to the verdict in the death of Cyrus Carmack Belton. Let's go ahead and give you a bit of a recap of what we heard in that press conference today. Now, Reverend Nelson Rivers III, first what he did was he read a statement. It was also provided to us right before this press conference. Here's a quick summary of that. It read that the group says the decision has prompted concern and renewed discussion about race fairness, as well as public trust in the justice system. In that statement, again, that we received as well, it said the organization says the verdict has led many people here in South Carolina and, quote, beyond to question whether justice is applied equally in cases involving race as well as self-defense claims. The statement also went on to say that this case was raising broader concerns about how Black victims are perceived and how similar incidents are judged. And then it was all from the National Action Network saying that they stand with the Belton family and they are calling for a justice system that is fair, equal, and worthy of public confidence. After that statement was read, we then went on over to Reverend Damian Brown. He started off by sending prayers to the entire family. He also shared in what he's saying, the disappointment in the justice system, saying that it's taken its course, but was justice really served in that verdict? He also says that justice has evaded people of color, saying that do Black lives really matter, saying that a bottle of water is more important than a Black life. He also went on to talk about the jury and how there were 7 Black members that made up the jury. He also went on to say, quote, all of us bear the image of God. If that is true, that means that all people, including those of color, are worth, going on to say, quote, love, dignity, and respect. Even with the worst intention, we are still worth more than bottles of water. And even at our worst, a bullet should not end our life. He also went on to say that he will not allow the life of young Cyrus to be in vain. Verdict is served as a catalyst of change and a reminder that all life deserves justice, love, respect, and dignity, and also has value. We then went over to Ms. Ovetta Glover, saying this was the big thing that she started with and also ended with in her speech. She's saying, quote, we are done dying and it is not over yet. That's what she started with. And again, that's what she ended with. She also went on to say that a young man is dead and loved ones in the community are grieving, saying that no verdict can fill the void that the family and the community are going through. She also went on to say, quote, they may have closed a courtroom door, but not the wound in this community. Also saying that if Cyrus was a young white man, would he have been chased and killed over a bottle of water? She also asked, quote, where was the humanity and compassion and recognition that this was somebody's child? Going on to say that the value of the Black life is not determined by perception. It is God-given, equal, and sacred. Also saying that she is supporting and lifting in prayers as they mourn and stand and they honor Cyrus. She also reaching out to the community, saying a statement to the community, saying to continue to educate, stay prayerful, purposeful, and powerful. Again, she also ending saying that we are not done dying. We aren't sacred no more. We are human. It is ours to do. We are somebody, that our lives have our lives have value, and that we deserve justice, dignity, and Black lives do matter. Again, ending, we are done dying. Todd Rutherford then taking the podium there, very emotional as well, or very, very stern in what he was saying that he's never seen anything like this there in the courtroom. And he also had Cyrus's mother standing behind him during this at the press conference there. Starting off, it started with Mr. Chow's hands and ended with the jury's hands, and saying, looking over to Cyrus's mother, saying that your child has worth. He also says imposing on values on ourselves and our children are not thugs. He also went on to say that we cannot continue that our children, because of the color of their skin, than those who do not look like us. He also says he is challenging people to show him the prosecution should have done involuntary manslaughter. That was a lot of the questions that we've been getting. But he argued that and said that his value did not reach the value of murder. No, this was nothing less than murder, especially if race was reversed. That was something that he was mentioning there. He also asked, how was there malice? Well, he said when he came in through the doors, he said, according to the witnesses there, that Cyrus had fears in his eyes and he kept running, even losing his shoe. No money when he found him. Well, he asked about the questions about whether he had Cash App on those phones, and also ultimately leading up to that, he didn't steal anything. He now did mention that they still did file that civil lawsuit. This was also, that was first filed, if you remember, back in 2023, 2024, I think in August, we believe it was the one that was first filed in the wrongful death lawsuit against Chow and other defendants. Again, that also had to be stayed and put until the result of the criminal trial. But now the criminal trial is done. Todd Rutherford did mention that that's where they're going to continue and putting that back up in there. He also mentioned, according to some questions that they got from people out there, saying that prior bad acts cannot be brought up during a murder trial, as it could lead to a possible mistrial. So he was just answering questions about that. Also, how there was a memorial there for Cyrus, and it looks like he mentioned that they're going to be redoing that memorial. Ending back with that press conference over with Reverend Rivers, talking about how Cyrus's mother, again, was standing there. We were giving applause. They were giving applause to not only her, but also Cyrus's grandmother. Reverend Rivers also said, quote, I believe he was killed because he was Black. Black children going into convenience stores are not perceived as white children. He also went on to say if Cyrus was white, he would not have to run, pursued 130 yards, and then shot in the back. He also said that the goal today was to make sure that something like this never happens again. As long as Black lives do matter, every Black boy is in danger in America. That was a quote there from Reverend Rivers there. He also said that he will be holding the system accountable. And he also ended saying that he is going to be speaking with Reverend Al Sharpton to determine with Todd Rutherford and the family on how they want to move forward. And he also ended with asking the media to tell the truth, check up with liars, and going on forward to make sure that this does not happen again. Now, we also heard from the 5th District Solicitor, Brian Gibson, on that not guilty verdict. He did release a statement. Let's go ahead and show that for you there on your screen, saying in part, quote, the verdict has brought on strong emotions from our local and national communities. While I am disappointed with last night's outcome and continue to believe that Rick Chow's actions were not justifiable, I respect our criminal justice system and the jury's decision. Also, family, friends, and supporters of Cyrus Carmack Belton will be gathering tonight to honor his memory. There will be a memorial vigil that is scheduled for tonight at 6:30. It'll be at Cyrus's resting place, which is near Park Lane Road and Spring Tree Drive. Organizers say this gathering is a chance for the community to come together in love and remembrance. And they're also accepting donations of solar lights, wind chimes, decorative birds, and bubbles to help create a permanent memorial in his honor. What we will do is we will bring you that full coverage there of that memorial and all the recaps from this press conference that you just heard. All of this is going to be on our website, WLTX.com, and we're going to have much more in the next 10 minutes on News 19 at noon. We thank you all so much for joining us here. And again, we'll have much more updates on our website.
All right, y'all. Okay, Natasha, you did make it home before we got off. Okay, sweetie. All right, y'all. That's gonna be it. I think I'm done with this. Like I say, unless there's anything else that comes out or we hear anything else about the civil suit or whatever. But for right now, it is what it is. This guy was found not guilty. I felt like, and you know what? I'm hoping to hear that the feds picked it up. That's what I'm hoping to hear. That, maybe there's some, because I don't know. I don't know the, what am I trying to say? I don't know the guidelines or what it is, what it takes to consider something a hate crime. But to me, honestly, if it's not a hate crime, based off this man's history and the fact that we all know this shit happens. We all know when you walk in these Korean stores or even the motherfucking Indians, the Arabs or whatever. It just is what it is. People want to try to ignore this shit. But, I'm sorry, Natasha, I didn't mean to do that. I did not. That's why I say I should have ended the live. But when we enter these stores, these hair stores, these gas stations, even some liquor stores, package stores, these people own a lot of shit in our neighborhoods. And look, it's no coincidence that they are embedded in our neighborhood. Listen, let me tell you something. I stay in the motherfucking white neighborhood. I know I got to drive a ways to go somewhere where listen, they come to our neighborhoods, y'all. They open up businesses in our neighborhood because they know we're going to patronize. We're going to go to the liquor store. We're going to go to the damn hair store. We're going to go to the gas station that serve the hot chicken, got the food line in the motherfucker. We're going to go there, and they know it. They make good money off of us, but yet they look at us like we're nothing. How the fuck are you making money off of nothing or nobody's? You got to think about it. If these people were so afraid, of being robbed, of being stolen from, and this is happening over and over again, why the fuck are you still there? Why are you still there? Why? Because you making money. We are going to patronize. And I agree with what somebody put in the chat before. We shouldn't patronize them. But see, a lot of times, these stores are in certain neighborhoods, and they're going to be patronized no matter what, because a lot of people are walking to the store. A lot of people in the neighborhoods that they're in, they don't have transportation. They walk into the store. The store is convenient. They break the law and they sell you some hot chicken with food stamps. They do all of that because they know we are going to patronize them. And they make money off us. But yet they look at us like we're less than, like we're nothing. Like every time we walk in a damn store, we're going to steal something. Even though we the ones spending the money in a damn store. You get what I'm saying? It's absolutely a hate crime. I don't know the criteria. That's the word I was looking for. I don't know the criteria to consider a crime a hate crime. Maybe I should look it up, Google it. But to me, honestly, it absolutely was. Right, Tanya? It absolutely was. And I'm hoping that, my next update to y'all would be federal charges filed. We know the civil case is already filed. It won't stop, Natasha, until we stop spending them. Exactly. But unless there's an update or I hear anything about the civil case or whatever, we're pretty much done with this. Rest in heavenly peace, Cyrus. My prayers go up for his mom, his dad, and all his family members, all his friends. I think about that lady telling the story how her son took shoes off his feet. This is a young man that took shoes off his feet and gave them to someone who needed them. It reminded me of, at my son's funeral, the many classmates and friends that stood up and spoke about my son, his coach, a couple of his teachers. It reminded me of that, y'all. That's why I got triggered. It reminded me of all the people that spoke about my son and how good he was and how kind he was. That lady reminds me of me. And my prayers go up, for her and her husband. Well, Cyrus's dad, because they're not together. Cyrus's dad and the other family members. Thank y'all so much for supporting this. I know, like I said, once the verdict was read or whatever, they'd be like, probably wondering why you, because I needed to understand. And I still don't understand how they came up with what they came up with, other than corruption exists, y'all. Corruption, it exists. It exists. Okay. Thank you, Tanya. And some just ain't right. Some just ain't right. But anywho, I thank y'all so much for supporting this live. I appreciate all of y'all that stuck it. Tomorrow we're gonna start on Carmelo, which is another case that touches me. But Miss B, I don't know. I'm starting to, I don't know. I don't even want to think about, the fact that our justice system could be bought. I don't even think about it. Thank you, Natasha. But yeah, y'all, I appreciate y'all supporting this live. Listen, Tasha, I'm glad you made it home. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. But I'll see y'all in about 30 minutes, y'all. We'll be over there in Simpleville. I appreciate y'all joining me and supporting this channel. It means so much to me, y'all. Me too. Me too, girl. I was thinking I actually was gonna cancel that live, but I'm okay. I'm gonna do the live. But tomorrow we're gonna jump on the Carmelo Anthony case. That's another case that's, like I said, it's hard to but we're going to do it, y'all. We're going to do it. I see y'all tomorrow morning to get into that. I see y'all later on in about 30, 45 minutes over in Simpleville. And I love y'all and I appreciate y'all. I pray for each and every one of y'all. Y'all continue to pray for Candy Corn. Renee, I'm so good to see. It's good to see you because I know the only time I don't see you is when you're not feeling good. And as long as I see you, I know you're doing good. Nah, I'm good, Tanya. I'm good. I'm gonna push on, girl. I don't need no break because if I don't go live over there in Simpleville, then ain't no telling how my day gonna end. So I'm gonna push through. But anyway, I love y'all. I respect y'all. I thank y'all, and I'll see y'all over there in Simpleville. Okay, y'all be safe until then. Okay. With that being said, truth seekers, stand up. Yes, Miss B. Yes, Miss B. Stand up, and we out. Y'all be good, okay? Miss B, be good, Miss B, okay? I see you in a few minutes. All right, y'all can barely see because I got tears in my eyes. I got to find my drop. I got to find my, damn it. Where is it? All right, y'all, we out. I love y'all.